Mandla! 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 Viva SACP, viva! Ukhombe Sandile tayi ukhona la endlini. Oh, okay. Hayi, ngifuna ukubona ukhona uSandile tayi. The criminal. Sasishilo yedibana. Sasishilo yedibana. Amasabugulange. 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 Sasishilo yedibana. Sasishilo yedibana. Amasabugulange. 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 Sasishilo yedibana. All right? Amasabugulange. Sasishilo. Mandla awethu isocialism thina sonyuka nayo. Aniyazi socialism what nayifuna? Aniyazi? Hayi inkinga zethu zisenkulu. Anginiyeke bafowethu. Anginiyeke bafowethu. Zimandi ufuna zomthuma Zemande thumami. Zimandi ufuna zomthuma. I don't feel you. I don't feel you. Mandla. Comrade olahlekele ibuko uzofika kumina ayichaza injani ibuko zakhe. Olahlekele ibuko zamehlo uzofika ayichaza ukuthi zinjani bese siyamnika.
Amandla. Amandla. Okay. Kodwa mase khona bese siphinde simfaka acknowledge. Mase khona ngehlamba sophinde simakhangele. Yeah, bingelela. Yeah. Okay. Amandla. Long live the South African Communist Party, long live. Thank you very much, comrades Sanbonani. Ngiyathemba ukuthi ama-comrades ahambe kahle izolo and ama-comrades akwazi ukuba aphumula kahle izolo ebusuku. Comrades, we are starting now our day 2 of our Congress. But first and foremost, let me acknowledge our leadership led by our Provincial Secretary, Comrade Themba Mthembu Mvelase, and the entire leadership of the South African Communist Party, and members of the Central Committee present, and all of you comrades, including our international guests and fraternal organizations. Comrades, first and foremost, on behalf of the collective of the South African Communist Party, we want to thank you, comrades. The manner in which you have conducted yourselves from yesterday as we started this Congress. And we have showed, comrades, that you are cadres of the South African Communist Party and you are communist in all respect. Because when we started yesterday, our Congress was flowing smoothly, and we started on time and we finished on time. And this is the Congress that we know of the South African Communist Party, where comrades are always punctual and start on time. And comrades, we have led by example. Ngaloo ndlela nje besithi njenge province asizibongele ake nishayile ihlombe. Well done, comrades. When we were continuing with our Congress yesterday, the leadership of the ANC was here, both the chairperson and the provincial secretary was here. And even the chair did actually allude to that effect, that comrades, you know, you may take this for granted as the South African Communist Party, but as the ANC, we have learned something. Sometimes we talk about things as if we are joking, but those things are a reality. That the Congress of the party start on time, deal with the program on the first day of the Congress, including approving the Congress rules and the credentials without any challenges. where today it is a norm in an ANC conference where the conference is supposed to be starting on a Friday, but they will be stuck on the credentials for 2 days, only vote on Sunday and leave the Congress without discussing issues affecting the working class and our people. So that's why, comrade, I'm saying, even the ANC have said, comrades, you may take this for granted, but we have learned something. That is good, siyabonga kakhulu. But lastly, is the unity of purpose that we have shown, comrades. Because one thing that we always emphasize as the Communist Party is that we must always safeguard the unity of the party. And therefore, comrades, you have demonstrated that, because the party will not exist without being united. I makabane siyabonga kakhulu, and I'm sure other provinces as well will actually congratulate the party. No bazosho ukuthi hayi Moses MABHIDA iyaqhuba. Siyabonga kakhulu, my comrades. Because we may take that for granted, you know, comrades, bengeke sibe la lesi khona. Comrade Provincial Secretary will tell you when he delivers the political report that party KwaZulu-Natal Moses MABHIDA is one structure of the SACP that is united. Even when we go to the Central Committee engaging on issues, but party in Moses MABHIDA, once we raise issues, our comrade will say, our comrades, as a Moses MABHIDA, have said something. But one art of work that we have done is that at least we have kept the party united. And that is our anchor, comrades. That's why I was saying, thank you so much, comrades, for a very good job well done. As we are now starting our second day of our Congress, yesterday we forgot to acknowledge some of our international guests who are here, who are actually participating in this Congress. It's a delegation from DRC. Can we acknowledge those comrades if they are here? They were here yesterday. Bob. Oh, yes, Bakwabela Makaba. Viva, comrades from DRC, viva. Forward with the solidarity, forward. Thank you so much, comrades. We wanted to acknowledge you. I've been reminded by our provincial secretary, Siyabonga kakhulu. Comrades, I would like now to invite our first speaker for today. And today we start our program by getting an address from the Young Communist League, and the address is going to be done by the Provincial Secretary of the Young Communist League of South Africa, Comrade Sandy Ledai. Thetha nzimande, thetha nzimande, thetha komane. Thetha nzimande, thetha nzimande, thetha komane sihawu. Yo asithwele kanzima, yo asithwele kanzima, yo asithwele kanzima, yo asithwele kanzima. Mandla, long live the South African Communist Party, long live. Long live the SACP, long live. Long live COSATU, long live. Long live the ANC, long live. Unite Sanko, long live. Unite Sanko, unite. Viva Ufasimba, viva. Viva Ufasimba, viva. Long live the PYA, long live.
Long live umkhonto wesizwe, long live. Amandla awethu. Greetings to the leadership of the South African Communist Party in our province, led by our provincial secretary, Comrade Themba Mthembu. Greetings to the leadership of the Central Committee who are here, Comrade Jenny, Comrade Unomara Shea, Daluza, Comrade National Organizer, and all guests who are here, from international guests who are here to be part of the 9th Provincial Congress of the party. Also, importantly, is to greet the delegates of this 9th Congress of the party who have been, since yesterday, exemplary in conduct. Comrades, also we want to greet the delegation of the Young Communist League from our chair, Comrade Uzulu, and all other delegates from the Young Communist League. Sibonge kakhulu to be invited to form part of this historic moment in our revolution. But comrades, we want to greet the Congress at difficult moments facing the South African working class in particular. Since the last Congress, comrades, the attacks on the working class have intensified. We have observed austerity measures that have heightened and deepened the crisis that we had before the crisis of COVID. The crisis of unemployment, the crisis of poverty, the crisis of inequalities, of landlessness, joblessness, gender-based violence that has heightened over the last few years since we met in Magod. But comrades, we also meet when the crisis of capitalism has actually deepened as well. We meet in a moment where the imperialist aggression under globalization have also deepened. There are wars springing up everywhere. Whether in Ukraine currently happening, whether in other areas that have been happening in the Middle East, in Yemen, and all other countries of the world. But also, comrades, domestically, we've witnessed something that is one attack that we've never, ever since growing in the party, never thought that could happen, where the state leads the offensive against workers through the non-implementation of Resolution 1 of 2018 against public sector workers. These, comrades, is one attack that is unprecedented, that we will never imagine that the democratic government that built and is what the center of building collective bargaining, that can attack collective bargaining in that regard. That is also leading to the ruling class, in particular in the mining area, where one CEO has paid himself 300 million rands in 1 year. But is simply refusing a demand of workers 1,000 rand increase, unprecedented. We believe, comrades, as the Young Communist League, that our state has laid a framework for private or for the ruling class in the mining and other areas to undermine workers. That is the basis, comrades. We think that workers across all federations and affiliates must, at this moment of our revolution, unite. Because in a truer sense, they really have nothing to lose but their chains. But comrades, we are meeting at a moment as well where the youth in particular in our country, in their majority, are unemployed. Some are not in education or in any form of training. The crisis of unemployment amongst the youth is estimated to be at 74% or over 70%. Those are the estimates of Stats SA. It's not our estimates, comrades. Those are the estimates coming from Stats SA. The crisis facing the youth. Now, this crisis, comrades, facing the working class and the youth in general, it's making the youth, which should be a dynamo of any revolution, to be vulnerable to all kinds of forces to recruit them for counter-revolution. Therefore, that means, comrades, as we meet in this Congress, we must come out with clear resolution in particular of how we are going to organize the youth. Because the fascists, either in the form of EFF, you look at even, comrades, the AfriForum, it's mainly youthful. If you look at AfriForum, people who come out and speak on behalf of AfriForum. Because the youth, as a strata itself, become contested. The youth becomes receptive to any ideas that are there in society. Therefore, if we don't come up with a clear program of how we are going to, one, build the Young Communist League, but also as the South African Communist Party, organize the youth. I think that would be very, very, very important and very, very strategic. As part of building, because the youth must be at the center of the popular left front. Without, comrades, the youth, our revolution, or attracting the party in its ranks, attracting the youth, even the party itself won't have the necessary energy to go forward. Because if you look at all the revolutions, at the center, comrades, is the youth. You look at whatever is the Arab Spring and all those other things that have happened, it's mainly the youth. Therefore, comrades, it says that the youth can be used either for a revolution, to advance the revolution, or to counter the revolution. So it's very, very important, comrades, that we do that. But also, comrades, it's very, very important to come out here clearly that while we accept unconditionally the renewal of the movement, having ethical, moral leadership. The leadership of the alliance, because it's becoming a common affair
ukuthi awunanga amasela asefikile. Therefore, it is very important. The program of renewing the ANC is very, 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 very important to isolate thieves, criminals, and networks that want to collapse the movement for narrow accumulation. But also, comrades, the moral and ethical leadership in itself is not enough if we don't focus the ANC properly, especially at an economic trajectory that we have taken. The economic trajectory, comrades, that the movement is currently taking is a neoliberal, full-blown neoliberal program that we are advancing. To renew the movement, to make the movement to be relevant, it must respond to the needs and the expectations and the challenges of the working class. The neoliberal austerity program being driven now will not respond to the needs of the people. You can have ethical leadership, but an ethical leadership that pursues the neoliberal program that attacks the working class, attacks the workers, is not going to be attractive to the working class as a whole, because neoliberalism, comrades, does not bring solutions to the people of South Africa. Therefore, it's very, very important, comrades, that as a movement, as the party, to make sure that we contest the policy space in the ANC. Because what is happening in particular in the ETC space, it continues to reproduce a policy framework or set of policies that responds to private accumulation interests in South Africa. So it's very important, comrades, that as we come out here, we build the popular left front that contests not just at boardrooms in the ETC, but that drives and mobilizes the workers, the working class, the students, the intelligentsia, and all sectors of society to make sure that set of policies that are driven by the ANC respond to the needs of the people of South Africa. But comrades, again, as the party, I think we're not doing enough to drive a program that is clear, that says, that speaks to the amendment of prescribed assets, or to the insurance space, that has trillions of rands that are lying idle. That money, comrades, that mainly belongs to workers, is speculated. Buying shares, buying this, buying that. It's not invested in the productive sectors of the economy. As a result, we get a budget policy framework or budget space that says we have no money, when we can simply amend the Insurance Act to say, in these trillions of rands that are there in the insurance sector, a minimum at least of 25% must be invested in the productive sectors of the economy to rebuild SOEs and to build new SOEs. Because we cannot donate our SOEs to private accumulation interests. We must come up with a clear program of saying, how do we go on the street to mobilize the working class and the poor to say no to the sale of our own SOEs. They must be at the center of driving the training program of the youth that is not either in employment or in any education or in any form of training. This work, comrades, cannot be done by sitters alone. Cannot be done by the state alone. But when you send SOEs, you deepen the crisis. We agree fully that corporate state capture creative massive problems for our SOEs. But we are not saying that the solution must be sold off. The solution must be recapitalize them, build capacity so that they come back to their needs and able to drive the development needs of our own country. They can't be sold off. Comrades, it's very, very important that we come out with a clear program that says the rollout of ICT infrastructure must not be driven by profits, such that when you go in the posh suburbs, you are going to find 5G connectivity. When you come in Kwamakota, where I stay, there is no 5G connectivity, because it's driven in certain areas. People can pay, can afford. In these areas, other people cannot afford. When you go to Engenetchen, there in the, I think in Mzala Nxumalo, you struggle even with 4G connectivity, just 4G. Because connectivity is driven by profit motive, not by the needs of the people. That even the poorest of the poor in the rural areas need to connect to the internet. Need to connect to the internet. If there is a student that is doing matric, must be able to connect so that he can apply at CAO and all these other, or even job opportunities. Doesn't have to come to any other area so that there could be connectivity. Comrades, the Communist Party must come up with a clear program as well of how do we respond to many systematic challenges that are faced by the working class. This means, comrades, the building of the popular left front, we must take that work very, very, very. It must not be a lip service or be something that we resolve on and not build it in a true serious sense. Our communities, comrades, are riddled with serious crimes and violence, drugs, and all these other things that are there. Gender-based violence and all other things, comrades, that we know. And if we don't do that, comrades, we are going to, even ourselves as the South African Communist Party, will be seen as the people who produce ideas, who come up with good ideas and all these other things, but we can't come up with a program that is clear of how do we respond to the challenge, because in particular, comrades, the ANC itself is a contested terrain by different class forces. Some of the things we're going to win, we're not going to win them in BGMs of the ANC. We're not going to, if we don't build, if we're not relevant in our communities, we're going to complain a lot that the movement is riddled with thugs and all these dodgy characters that have been recently elected. I mean, it's a fact, comrades. We accept the democratic processes in the ANC, but the fact of the matter is that some of the leaders who have been recently elected are dodgy characters. You just accept its leadership, but you are afraid. You say, this is the leader. It becomes difficult because it's dodgy characters. Now mangangena nje awufisi ukuhlangana naye ebusungu ukuthi hey la kungenzeka noma yini. So it's something, comrades, that as we renew the movement, we must be able to isolate such characters in the movement, and can't be isolated if as communists we enjoy reading and not do anything after reading. We're no different from armchair critics. Comrades, that is the message of the Young Communist League of South Africa in Moses MABHIDA to the South African Communist Party. We wish the South African Communist Party and all its delegates a successful 9th Congress. Amandla! Awethu! Long live the South African Communist Party, long live! Forward to the Left Popular Front, forward! Forward to the Left Popular Front, forward! Amandla! Thank you.
Indaba yao hiyodwa, indaba yao hiyodwa, indaba yao hiyodwa, indaba yao hiyodwa, indaba amandla awethu. Viva the South African Communist Party, viva! Viva ANC, viva! Viva COSATU, viva! Qina Sanko, qina! Long live the Young Communist League, long live! Amandla! Siyabonga kakhulu kunobhala uFasimba kwi-province uComrade uSandile Dai ngenkulumo yakhe enhle akasiphe yona manje kuseni esivulela usuku lwethu lesibili lwale Congress. Asimqhwabele maqabane. Well done Comrade Nobhala. Siyajabula kakhulu ukuthi iparty is growing, isikhulisile iparty. And we are very proud about that, because we have touched a number of very critical issues that we have to look into as the vanguard party, especially in this Congress. Well done, comrades. Comrades, we have now joined by our General Secretary of the South African Communist Party in South Africa. There is none other than our GS, Comrade Blade Nzimande. We have joined by our General Secretary, Comrade Blade Nzimande. Ngicela simukele ngelikhulu ihlombe maqabane. Sekufike phela inkokheli yethu thina makomanisi eMzantsi Afrika. Zikhona zonke inkokheli kuma organizations. Abanye baze bethi bano commander in chief. This is our commander in chief as the South African Communist Party. Ngane lelo hlomba simqhwabela uGS. Nansi inkokheli sifikile. Thetha nzimande, thetha nzimande, thetha komanisi hawu. Thetha nzimande, thetha nzimande, thetha komanisi hawu. O sithwele kanze, o sithwele kanze. O sathwala kabuhlungu, o sithwele kanze. Thetha nzimande, thetha nzimande, thetha komanisi hawu. Thetha nzimande, thetha nzimande, thetha komanisi hawu. O sithwele kanze, o sithwele kanze. Sathwala kabuhlungu, sathwala kanze. Amandla! Forward to socialism, forward! Down with capitalism, down! Oh, kwakusho lean forward. Mfoka Mdibi. Awu madoda. Zofinsi zokosalibonga. Comrades, thank you so much. This was our warm welcoming to our general secretary. Ungani mase kufika unobhala kubande nje, kufuneka kube shushu lendlini. But maybe because our provincial secretary, Comrade Mvelase, will actually come and introduce the general secretary. But first, before he does so, Comrade Mhlekwa will come and deal with few issues before provincial secretary asicelela inkokheli yethu ukuthi izokhuluma nathi namhlanje. But I wanted to say one or two things. Comrade GS sikumukela kule Congress yamakomanisi kwi-province yakho eMoses Mabhida KwaZulu Natal. Ukuthi nobhala, I was saying before we have arrived that the party has set up a tone in this province such that nobhala, yesterday we started on time and we finish on time. So these communists are so committed such that they made sure that they kept a punctuality so that we start on time. Secondly, nobhala, we're saying that one of our strengths as the province of Moses Mabhida KwaZulu Natal over the years is that we have safeguarded the unity of the South African Communist Party in this province, and we are jealous about it. And that alone has worked for us such that that unity is being demonstrated even in this Congress. But okunye, as a Communist Party, we are saying, these are the cadres of the Communist Party. We always say fewer but better. And we can actually say, without any contradiction, that nobhala, this is the quality of the South African Communist Party in this province. Lama cadres akhona la, lama komanisi akhona la. And one thing that we pride ourselves is ngalomkhabulo esinalo la KwaZulu Natal. Lezo zinto thina zombili esinazo kuphela is unity and political education, okunye sengalandela. Lezo zinto nje kuphela, okunye sengalandela. Umvelase uhleze esikhumbuza and sonke isikhathi nje ezosithulela ne political report. Yebo nobhala GS, our weakness imali. Cha sinayo imali. Kodwa ke siyazama ukuthi into ze Communist Party ziqhubeke. Comrades ake nishayile ihlombe bengixoxela nje unobhala ukuthi le Congress siqale on time and namanje we started on time. Having said that, comrades, let me then call upon Comrade Mhlekwa, our national organizer, to come in to take us through on some of the few issues before our provincial secretary ezingaphambili azosithulela unobhala jikelele. Oza-ke Comrade Mhlekwa.
Amandla. Ama-comrades wase riot ahleli phansi, they are not singing. Ama-comrades wase Thembisile ahleli. Ama-comrades wasemzala ngapha ahleli. Hayi maqaba. Akusingoma entsha le. Kanti inkatha izange yanigijimisa nina na. Mani ngayazi le ngoma. Yeah, that is why some of us sinokungayizwisisi lento kaButhelezi. Ingaxoxa nje kodwa siyekeni ke ngoba inkokheli ngathi seziyazwana nobaba uButhelezi. Asiyeke. Comrades, I was hoping to deal with this mangabe umqhashi sekahambile, but now I'm asked to speak whilst is there, and nomunye umqhashi sekafikile ke uComrade Mapayila. Now I'm in a difficult position. Bonke abaqhashi sebakhona manje. Nomunye uDeputy umqhashi uMthembu ukhona. Comrades, in your book 1, I think from page 30 to page 34, there is what is called elections, rules and procedures. This is not new. Comrade Mateu yesterday presented the Congress rules, which is also not new. We have been using it in all our congresses. This one, that we are dealing with now, again, is not something new. We did it Masepongola in the last Congress, Emakutu. We dealt with it Maslapa, Sohostwe, Itembisile and bebafuna ukuba ikhrizani ke lama comrades. Say reject le gama. Wangropa kuzungu wabuye wayishintsha wathi ayithembisile. The initial name bebayifuna bebathi bafuna ukuba ikhrizani district. Then we rejected but ayithembisile. Naba abanye kumele bashintshe igama. Sesinayo indawo kuthiwa iJohannes Inkosi. I told the district secretary, Phumlani uyazi. I told him, and I gave him more options of amagama that they must consider. We did the same Masise riot, one of our congresses, Lapa Escalin or Escawin. There are a few things that has happened over the period of time. In 2019, December, in Gauteng, we amended the party constitution. And in the amendments, there are a few things that has been inserted by you, not by the party HQ or by the CC. One of those things affected how the constitution is structured and so on and so on. Hence, issues of elections, especially around provincial congresses now, you will only get them, comrade units, from Article 15 to 17, whilst before you will get them from about Article 11 to, I think, 12 or 13. Now you'll get them from 15 to 17. Which amongst them include the following. The first part is that before, we used to have the party provincial congresses every 3 years. That is what we used to do before. The new amendments now says that we must convene all our congresses in every 4 years. It means as we are meeting today, our next congress must be held in May, what year? 2026. lamaqabane nizowakhetha asazohlala ke office asazonikokhela 4 years. That is what the constitution is saying. The second part, there are no changes. It's just worth mentioning that the manner in which we conduct elections, nominations, voting, and so on, is divided into two. The first part, we elect office bearers, or what we normally refer to as officials. And officials of the party in the province comprises of the secretary, the chair, the treasurer, the first deputy provincial secretary, the second deputy provincial secretary, and the deputy chair. That is the first part. And the second part, we elect additional members of the PEC, which are a minimum of 15 and a maximum of 25. Before, we used to have a minimum of 8 and a maximum of 15. Now we've got a minimum of 15 and a maximum of 25. Now, what must then happen is that this Congress will have to take a decision on how many additional members you want to elect. Whether you want to elect 15 is fine. You want to elect 19 or 17 is fine. The worst is for you to elect a maximum of 25 additional members. But that is the worst situation. And you must know the implication in a province like this, that if you elect 25 additional members, it means that you will have the PEC members of 31 comrades. You'll have the YCL chair and the YCL secretary taking you to 34. You will then have 14 currently, not 14, you will have 28 members ex officio from district, because the last time I checked we had 7 districts that are in good standing, and we will still be launching in, what is it, uKhahlamba, that we must still, uKhahlamba, eMalahleni, what is the other one? Far North, Leni Bulel. Be right before. Yeah, Ibulelo yin. Be right before. Ngengaya khona. I'm saying it because at least I've been there. Far North. But I'm happy because Imzala Ngomalo na ikhona. It's also a protection of Abozwit. We are happy about that. I was not comfortable to come here with Imzala Ngumalo, a observer. Now it's here, Comrade Soul. Imzala Nguma. It's no longer a observer. Now, then that DEC, that PEC will almost be a PEC of over 60 people. Now, you'll know what does it mean if you've got a PEC of over 60 people. Now, you'll make the decision on how many PEC members you want to elect. Now, what will happen, comrades, is that district secretaries and the YCL provincial secretary will have to meet and make a recommendation that they will submit to us to say they are recommending that the PEC members must be 15, must be 19, or must be whatever number that you think is suitable for this province. Then you have to talk to each other. I hope you have already started talking to each other about it already. We do not waste time on it already. When we come back here, we are able to say, secretaries met, and there is a recommendation that we elect a PEC of 19 people or of 22 people. That is additional members. We are going to do that. Then 4 is that when we elect the PEC members, the entirety of the PEC will have to have 1/3 of its composition to be women comrades. And if ningakhoni ukukhetha abomama maqabane, siyababona ngithi siyababona abomama bakhona. Thina masirana mayini sizanceda uma ngabe ukuthi abanye benu bakhohle ama specs emakhaya sizanceda, but the composition of the PEC must be a minimum. Iphelile ke lento la kule province nakwa ANC sihlala sisokola masithi sifuna abomama kuthiwa bekho, but here we can see them. We can see them. I say iphelile ke lo, that is past tense. Now, we will appreciate if we can have more women comrades elected to the PEC leadership. The other thing that is important is that when we elect or when we nominate the first part, which is office bearers, more than one comrade per position, and then we go for ballot. We get comrade so and so a contestant nobani as for the secretary, obunya contest obu treasurer, obunya contestant obu deputy chair, and so on and so on. Anyone who will happen to lose ama elections, go office bearers, that comrade is automatically nominated as a candidate for additional members. Niyasizwa isilungu mos. Niyasizwa isilungu noma sichaze ngesintu. Sithi umuntu enizomunominate ukuthi a contest as unobhala noma usihlalo. Senze iballot niyovota. Masiceda ukuvota oyi-1 wabo aluze. Lo muntu loyo already seka qualified ukuba a candidate for ama additional members, but akakhethwanga. It means masiya ku part 2 yama elections sesi nominator, that comrade is already nominated. Seka contesta yena for additional members unless yena stands up and say I'm not available to stand kuma additional members. Because bakhona amaqabane amongst us abezayo ku Congress athi mina ngifuna ukuba unobhala noma ngifuna ukuba usihlalo. If ngasi usihlalo ayikho enye into engiyithathayo. Yabo bakhona abanjalo. Watshelwa nasekhaya ukuthi wena uzalelwe ukuba usihlalo noma uzalelwe ukuba unobhala. Makungasi unobhala awuthathi lutho. Then makanjalo ke uzasilo uzas informer, and then siyazi ukuthi siyamkhipha. That is how it is. And then the Electoral Commission comrade here is ukhokhelwa ucomrade uJeni. Asin intimidating ukuthi siletha ucomrade uJeni. Wakhona la kuphondo kodwa sekahlala eGauteng ngifana noNzimande lokunemclaim ukuthi wala wangapha eGauteng ibranch yakhe ingale eGauteng. Izokhokhela uye as well as amanye ama members we-CC will request that each district get us a person as well as the Young Communist League also by observer in the Electoral Commission. What we'll do immediately after lunch, when the lunch, I don't know what is what time, Chair, must be after lunch, we will have a meeting with the Electoral Commission somewhere la kune room ekhona la mawuphuma la kulo exit lo la soba ne meeting khona mayicala iCongress, all members of the Electoral Commission as well lapha. We'll also request the ANC, COSATU, the MDM if it's there, COSAS, SASCO, to also send us a person who are also be members of the Electoral Commission lapha, so that that work can then begin. Then we'll come back and make further announcement. As I'm talking to you now, where we are, nominations for office chairs or office bearers of the 9th Provincial Congress office bearers are officially opened. Now, njengoba benixoxa izolo ebusuku ngizwile nakunini ebusuku nixoxa benixoxa illegally. Now ama nominations asavuliwe ngokusemthethweni. Seningakhuluma ukuthi nifuna ubani, and then ama nomination forms are ready. Whenever there's time, you will come to us to receive the nomination forms, and nominations for office bearers are going to close exactly at 16 hours, 4 o'clock. You take the nomination forms now, and they must be back to us by 4 o'clock this afternoon. That is how we're going to run elections, and the rest of the other things, I think that we'll explain. If you've got any objections about whatever that we do, you have a right to do so within 3 days after the close of Congress. It means that we are closing the Congress on Sunday. By the end of Wednesday, you must write formally to Umpepetwa uti ama elections are running ngendlela engekho happy ngayo, and I'm objecting. If ubabunzimanda angayitholanga leyo ncwadi leyo by the close of day on Wednesday, akusana objection ezo entertain after that. That is how we're going to run elections, and I hope sizosebenzisana. The first meeting ezohlala immediately after lunch. Sicela ama observers wonke abekhona, sicela nama secretaries wama district and the provincial secretary of the YCL as a global meeting, because we must explain other things that we are not explaining, which may be in the rules, but including the other issue which is not in the rules that much, about the number of PEC members that we must elect. That is how we are going to run it, and I hope, Chair, I'm done, and I can see that there is no question.
Amandla! Amandla! Awethu! Long live the South African Communist Party, long live! Viva ANC, viva! Viva COSATU, viva! Viva the Young Communist League, viva! Amandla! Sixolise ma comrade shawe isikhathi. Comrade GS must address on time, and that time was supposed to be 10 o'clock. Thank you very much, Comrade Mhlekwa, for explaining the election or electoral rules. So we are going to comrade later on, but just now that we have to keep time. But before I call Provincial Secretary to introduce our GS, comrades, we want to say that we have been joined by our first Deputy General Secretary, Comrade Soli Mapaila. Viva, Comrade Soli Mapaila, viva! Kaunga viva no pal, bakbo to corn. Forward. Down. Thank you very much, comrades. Asumkwabele makabani, inkokheli sefiki, zamakomanis. Secondly, comrade, we have been joined by the Provincial Secretary of the Western Cape, Comrade Benson Ngenzo. Viva, Comrade Benson, viva! Bingelela no pala, wase Western Cape, sinenhlahla sivakashelwe Western Cape. Phambili. Phambili. Sumqhwabele makabani, Western Cape. Comrades, again, quickly, we have been joined by a PEC member of the African National Congress representing the ANC, Comrade Ubongi Stolemloy, who's a member of the PEC, upinda futhi ke abo MEC of Agriculture and Rural Development, kodwa njenge PEC. Viva Comrade Ubongi Stolemloy, viva! Bingelela ke comrades, bakubona. Slim. Now, comrades, having done so, I would like to invite Provincial Secretary Ubas Tulel Inkokeletu, Unopala Chigeleta. But one thing, Comrade Bongi, we wanted to say that it is possible for the ANC on the first day of the Congress to approve the rules of the Congress, including the credentials. Siyabonga.
Amanda! I am intimidated. Khohlwa. Yabo. You see, you must subordinate the issue of state power under the workers' power. You see. So the workers' power must determine the kind of state we want. So what is supreme is workers' power. Comrades, umuntu bese rush isikhathi la because bese arrange u10 sesidlulelwe isikhathi. Ngeke ngisanda kakhulu uku-introduce umphephetho. Lona kosazosithulela i-keynote address. Ilo enamkhetha futhi kwi-14 Congress. So niyamazi. Angithi? Niyamazi. Ngihlale ngisho ukuthi yazi lento yokuthulana inobhutshwa phakathi. Bona ukuthula kuhambisana nokukhuleka. Bayede. Comrade uPlate osezinze egoli eqhamuka la kwiprovince yethu kwaDambuzi oselide lombutho uzube lana for for over 23 years. 24 ngoJuly. Isikhathi eside kakhulu leso. Yabo. Isikhathi eside kakhulu leso. Ngenxa yokuthi futhi ke ngizomdedela athathe ipodium because ngeke ahlale kakhulu because ufanele ayogibela uthunywe upresident eBritain. So mphephetho angisafuna unkanta uyazi nginesikhathi sonkanta. Yabo kodwa akake bisona lesi. Mphephetho, over to you.
Amandla! Amandla! Viva SACP, viva! Viva SACP, Moses MABHIDA, viva! Viva the African National Congress, viva! Viva COSATU, viva! Viva the YCL Ufasimba, viva! Amandla! Forward to socialism, forward. Phansi ngokudelezwa phansi. Phansi ngokucindezela abesifazane phansi. Phansi ngokuhlukunyezwa komama phansi. Phansi ngeyishimane phansi. Amandla. Ishimane phela lezi ehlukumezoma. Mawuyinsiza nje yakwabo. Umuntu wesifazane akahlukunyezwa. Umuntu wakho loyo. Umuntu wangala. Comrades, let me start by greeting our first Deputy General Secretary, uComrade Usoli Mapaila. Indoda lesengisebenze naye awuphelile 30 years manje nobhanga. Yaqala ivolunteer yakho SACP yawo organizer. So first Deputy General Secretary namhlanje lo sasebenza naye waya. I greet you nobhala. Bese ngibingelela all the members of the Central Committee who are here. Also, let me greet you, Comrade Umthembu. Nobhala we province KZN yamakomanisi. Nosihlalo Mkhatshwa. Ngeke sikukhohlwe wena njalo. Wakhisha ulisebenzela itheku. Wanele waphuma maye webabo. Nino comrade unomvuzo. Phumule ngokuthula le yantombi. Nasebenza ngiyafuna ukuyisho lento nobhala. Balakhi itheku lahlonipheka. Bamkhipha ngesidlozana. Linjani itheku manje? And we must not hide that maqabane. Masama komanisi nje sikhuluma iqiniso. Ayikho into enikhishelwa yona ngaphandle ukuthi namakomanisi anifuna ukwenziwa imkhuba kwamasipala eThekwini. Because truth will always be on the side of the principled. Ngibingelele kuwo wonke kama members ePEC yeCommunist Party yala eKZN akhona. Ngibingelele Comrade Ubongi Sithole. Oyilungu lePEC yeANC kule province abuye abe uMEC weAgriculture. Kufanele nabantu bakahulumeni siba recognize njengoba members the Central Committee khona no Comrade uSidumo Dlamini oyi-Deputy Minister kuhulumeni kaZwelonke. Comrade Ubongi imember yethendala yeCommunist Party. Ngiyajabula uma ngikubona kulomhlangano weCommunist Party. Buya. Ungahambeli kude. Buya. Sikufuna uactive kakhulu la emakomanisini. Ukhuliswa amakomanisi wena ukhuliswa umuntu omdala ubaba uGwala. Oyekubiza ngomakhelwane. Njengoba nami ngikubiza ngomakhelwane nje. Comrade Duma usihlalo wekhosatu kweprovince abasebenzi ialay yethu wamukelekile na wonke amanye amalungu akhona abaholi bekhosata abala kanjalo nabanye abaholi beANC by the way nabo ngiyaba recognize njengoba ngirecognize uComrade Ubongi. Siceleke nanokuthi ke samukwa nami ngamukele abayithunywa zethu ama-comrades ethu aqhamuka emazweni angaphandle kwala eMzansi ama-comrades ePhudemo eSwazini iCommunist Party yaseSwazini kanye nama-comrades ethu ase-DRC. Ngithemba ukuthi angishiyi umuntu lapho. We are all welcome. Comrades Phudemo of Swaziland, the Communist Party of Swaziland, and our comrades from the DRC. Bese ngibingelela nina nonke ke ma-comrades. Ngithemba ukuthi ake ngakhohlwa kanjani. Comrade Benson nobhala we-SACP Western Cape. Noma bese ngiwamukele wonke amalungu Central Committee, but angikwamukele njengonobhala walaphana eWestern Cape uComrade uBenson njengoba esethuliwe. Sengiyaphenduka ke manje sengibona nonobhala wenehawu. Khona la singazwani khona kancane nje kwenye indawana. Ngokwama deployment. But sindawonye nje. Sindawonye nje awuzuthi ngoba naku ngumqashi Samuel angideploywe khona bese ufuna ukuzongitoyitela la. Ngeke futhi ungitoyitoyele emabovini kwami lana weso. Ya, ikwami lana mfowethu ungangizama nje kwenye indawo kodwa la ngeke ungithinte. Sekhaya la ngikhona. Comrade Zola Sapeta, we are most welcome. The General Secretary weNEHAWU. Inyunyana yakithi lesisebenza nayo kahle kakhulu. Siyamakomanisi. Comrades, as I greet you all, allow me perhaps before I proceed, just to express our sincere gratitude as the SACP nationally, the Central Committee, to the collective of the PEC of this province and every member of the party here for the good work that you have done between your last Congress and this one, for keeping the red flag flying and for growing and strengthening the SACP in KZN. Muhle lo msebenzi enwenzile. This year we've held our party provincial congresses in Free State, Limpopo, Moses Kotane, and Western Cape Province, which is towards our 15th National Congress in July. Therefore, we expect no less from this equally important Moses MABHIDA Provincial Congress, which is our single largest province of the SACP, that you also set an example in the manner in which you hold this Congress. We have already done so in some respects. Ngiqala ngesikhathi awabangwa ama-credentials la. Khontombe engiyibhekayo lapha. Awabangwa ama-credentials kwa-SACP. Because ama-credentials are about the integrity ye-organization. Manibanga ama-credentials kusuke kukhona into engalunganga. Angizobiza igama lamuntu. Siyabonga ukuthi nikhulise iparty la. Nanokuthi ke ngiyafisa ama-comrades ngicela ukuyisho lento. Since ngaba General Secretary ngo-1998, I was 40 years old. Sengigugela la embuthweni. 40 ngikhethwa ukuba General Secretary ngo-1998. Ngesikhathi ngikhethwa, and since then, we have never had ama-elections ukukhetha Central Committee. Siyahlala sixoxe beforehand sizwane sivumelane bese siyase siyothi nawo ama-comrades esifuna ukuwakhetha. Na wonke lamanye ama-congress Mhlekwa ahambe kanjalo. Mhlekwa 3 4 ahambe kanjalo. Engathi naleyeni ngahamba kanjalo. Bese nisithatha ke le spirit ma-comrades. Nisise kwi-15th National Congress. There is nothing wrong with contest elections, but also it's all the good if we try and unite ourselves and not divide ourselves. Engathi ngenxa ye-leadership, engathi nakwi-15th Congress kungekhethwe, especially ama-national office bearers. Manizwa ukuthi nikhumbula i-democracy, hayi kama-additional members e-Central Committee manithanda ningavotela. Manikhumbula i-democracy, but ama-officials loke ngaba khona awakazavotelwa. Ngiyayisho lento ma-comrades because I want to say some things here kule Congress ezingikhontsenayo as General Secretary. Ukuthi there are some creeping bad tendencies that are beginning to happen in the SACP. You are the single largest province, and I have said because of that you have got additional responsibility, not by imposing yourself through numbers, but by acting as an example. Ukuthi you are the single largest province, you're going to act by example, not by imposing yourself. Numbers amaningi. But there are certain tendencies that are beginning to creep into the Communist Party that are of concern. Ngizowasho la. There is encroaching use of money and patronage to begin to contest some of our party structures. Lento yemali siqala ukuvela. Nalento yokuthenjiswa ikhundla. Ukuthi manikhetha abantu abathile kwi-Communist Party, thina esinamandla okunika abantu izikhundla, sizonipha izikhundla. You see some of the things ezenzekayo. Ayimandatiwe iparty lezi zinto kodwa imkhutshana nje iqala ukwenzeka. njengomthakathi ohamba ebusuku egibela imfene iyale kodwa ibambe ngasemsileni ebhekele kanti siyabona ukuthi no kuyiwa le omunye ahambe quietly ayokhuluma nefaction ye-ANC yabona ukuthi ngazi win ukuthi hayi uma ngase niwine if you can win ngizonisupport mina ngiyileader yeparty somewhere ngise-instructions ze-leadership ze-Communist Party bambuza omunye ukuthi uzanani wathi hayi ngizana structure separty wathi iparty ayivote nje kwa-ANC pho yini lo zosikhulumela yona ake ngithatha amanzi uhamba ngomnyama ucabanga ukuthi asimboni uyocela ikhundla ukuthi in case le faction iwina ngocela ngiphi isikhundla. Comrades, this is foreign to the South African Communist Party. We must deploy. We go and engage the ANC as official structures about our own comrades. We have done that before, we are going to continue to do that. That's a bad tendency. Any tendency which is beginning to feature ile factionalism. Ukuthi uma kukhuluma ubani emhlanganweni I must ukuthi ngimphikise. Noma ngabe usho into right kanjani because it's him or her then I must disagree with that person. That's beginning to behave like a faction. Asiwafuna ama-factions kwi-Communist Party. Ama-factions in the SACP are illegal. Once kwakhona abantu abazigroupa as a faction, bakonfronteni ma-comrades, sinibaxoshe asishodi ngama-members of the South African Communist Party. They must go. You must do that here and you must do it at the National Congress as well. Ngakhethwa ukuba uGeneral Secretary mina on the basis of these principles. Lento factionalism that is beginning, and tribalism also is beginning to creep in the SACP. Ukuthi thina sama comrades aqhamuka from particular provinces and therefore we must act in a particular way. We must defeat that as well. Whereas my comrades arguing the same point. They come from the same area. They have actually caucus because they are beginning to identify themselves in other characteristics other than being members of the South African Communist Party. I'm going now, Comrade Jenny, to be presenting a framework of the Central Committee political report to the Central Committee, a special Central Committee now in June, Nobel. And I'm getting ready. Gipet and I, hieroglyphics, it's here. And it's typed now, 70% of it. I'm so share la ogunye mthembu. Ngoba ngizoweza amanye ama questions engizowajikijela nobuza kamuva nohlangana nawo phambili. I'm not going to present this political report, draft, at the next special Central Committee, because our Central Committee is beginning to leak to the media. We sit there, we talk. The next thing on Sunday, it's in the Sunday World, it's a headline, unzimandu te, ubanu te. Kukhona isifo esingenayo my comrades. Go to the National Congress and shut this down. But we must do it, to begin to do it here amongst ourselves. Now, we have to defeat these tendencies. You know, we can't go back to the 1930s. The Communist Party yaphela ngo-1930s. Iqedwa yizo lezi zinto. It was saved by Moses Kotane, who wrote a letter from Craddock. Wacorrecta lezi zinto, and the Communist Party is where it is today. Not least because of that historic contribution by Kotane. We must defend the South African Communist Party to stand for its principles. Kufana nokusebenzisa i-structures zeparty ukuyolwa izinto ze-deployment yasemsebenzini. That is wrong. Uma uxabana nomthembu, simdeployile as a deputy speaker uyimember yeparty ulapha eoffice lakhe wenza ukuganga izinto ezirong umthembu uma ekufaka endleleni ubuye uthi uzobika la ku-communist party zihlanganiseni lezi zinto ne-communist party kwesinye isikhathi uyabheda ngempela emsebenzini yes uyabheda but uyilungu lepati but emsebenzini uyabheda kufanele ukuthi ufakwe endaweni. There is also no person who is entitled to be deployed by the Communist Party. I have no entitlement to be deployed by the Communist Party. The Communist Party deploys me because it has taken. Ngizoyisho lento, by the way, comrades with Central Committee. I will repeat this thing at Congress. I'm not saying it here because we're Congress of Ngizoyisho National Congress. And I want these things to be debated. Asingasebenzisi Communist Party kuyona izinto zasemsebenzini. Uma unenkinga nangu uzola ukhona inehawu ikhona. Shona kuzola kumele uzola capably. Musukuthatha lezo zinto uzoxabanisa iCommunist Party. Some of us become disciplined and we keep quiet. What is actually the truth? Because if we can tell the truth, we can destroy comrades who try and present. Also, sometimes unaware, we are a deployed leader of the Communist Party. You take certain actions, you don't realize that actually what we have done, we have disturbed certain patronage networks that were beginning to take place. Ushayelwa lowo kahle kahle. Khona la uvala khona amasenti la ebengena khona. And we become aware of those things. We don't want to raise them recklessly because we are not wanting to destroy people. So, comrades, I'm spending a bit of time on this because the only way to defeat these tendencies is to begin to confront them early. Isn't it wrong as confront early zisenzeka? Umbutho wethi ANC ngizobuyela ngisho lento. Like uComrade uDaye besho. ANC iface ama problems amaningi comrades. Ngalesikhathi. And some akomanisi asikwazi ukujabula sithi izinto azihambi kahle ke-ANC. We must be there in our own right as members of the ANC ukulungisa lezo zinto ngoba ayive ibalekile le-ANC by the way. Isabalekile isadingekile. But idingeke i-ANC engenayo leminye imikhuba eyenzekayo njengamanje. Ezinye zalezi zinto ama-comrades ethu amanye ANC yase-Western Cape, Comrade Benson, have been honest to us. And say, you know, this thing started slowly until we lost the province, until we lost the metro, the Cape Town metro. And things were starting slowly because you thought you were in power, everything is all right, you can just do whatever you want to do, and so on. Kukhona izinto ezenzekayo manje embuthweni wethu which are unacceptable. I've never seen such a thing. Ngikwi-ANC kwamina, ngiyi-leader ye-ANC. Uma kuyiwa kwi-conference, kuqashelwe la hotela foreign infection, iqashelwe la hotela foreign infection. Maye babo. Ivela phi leyo nto? And kwamanye kudistribute imali iyakhishwa nje kuthiwa naku bambani maqabane bambani. Kubanjwe as if yazi ngcono nasemshadweni ngoba khona ithimba la kaMkhonyana la kaMakoti bayaqhudelana kodwa babuye bahlangane kube umshado. We can't allow these things to happen. Once these bad tendencies start to happen, we must tackle them. Now, when addressing your provincial congress, before addressing other broader organizational questions, it's also important to address matters, two matters that are specific to this province. In particular, we're raising this because they are worrying developments. The first development was what we called the July 2021 counter-revolutionary violent offensive. Lento eyenzeke last year kwayoluthwa kuze kwakwanegama lakhona kuyatatshwa. Now, this thing actually what it did is that it exploited high levels of poverty and unemployment in our country and produced massive opportunistic ways of looting and destruction. We are of the view as the SACP that this offensive was calculated and planned. It was not accidental, Maqaba. It also spread to the Gauteng province. Now, the second thing I'll talk about, of course, is the recent disasters. Angazi Mthembu noma niqala izolo nike nasukuma yini ukuthi sikhalele abantu bakithi abalahlekelwe impilo zabo. Ngoba nikwenzile hayi ke angingakuphindi. Nikhombisa ukuthi ni province ye-Communist Party understand the situation enikuyona. Siyakubonga lokho ngizokhuluma nangako kwesibili. Uthi sokuthini kahle kahle lento yale disaster yenzeka la eKZN yama floods. Akungoba nithakathiwe. Ngiyazi phela la eKZN yaziswa kabi lonto ikakhulukazi nje uma uqhamuka komhlaba uyalingana ngeke ngisho ukuthi ubani uqhamuka komhlaba uyalingana. Khona lensizwa yamahlaya ubani yakwa Shembe uSimpiwe khona lihlaya lakhe la kamhlaba uyalingana elethi kwakunomisi umhlaba uyalingana so kubizwe enye intombi kuthiwa uba unamba 11111 winile umisi umhlaba uyalingana Winnie TV smart TV kanye ne laptop phendule intombi suka kudlalwa ngathi nje lana imfene ziwinwa abanjani omntakabani besithi so wini imfene nathi yini lento eninginika yona. Antakathiwe. Let's talk about this counter-revolutionary offensive. Comrades, I just want to say that this thing that happened in July last year was planned and promised, sometimes brazenly by those behind it. It was at some stage well-funded, relatively professional, but we want to say it was completely and hopelessly inept strategically. The plotters deliberately triggered, but then lost control over the wave of mass looting, mostly, of course, by the most marginalized strata in our society. But we believe that the shopping malls were not the prime target of the conspiracy. The prime target of that conspiracy was to disrupt the economy quite seriously, especially Motorgate N3. The Minister of Transport, no Bala, I had hoped one of the things I will do would be to sort out Law N3. Law N3 is going to be impossible to drive through it. Just too many trucks. It's not sustainable, but it was a target linked to the earlier protests by some of the drivers about drivers who are foreign nationals. And what is disturbing is that this was also done in real mafia style. But the question that you must address is that there is talk sometimes in our province, which the reason why we lost elections, local government elections badly, is because we handled this thing recklessly. Is that true? That we lost local government elections because this thing of this July insurrection was done recklessly? It surely cannot be true. This thing was a reflection of a deeper problem that if you go deep and analyze it, because part of this looting and this insurrectionary offensive did come from inside our own ranks, by elements, some of whom were at the top of looting the state. That is the truth and the reality we must face. That is actually the truth. And therefore, the task of the SACP here, in relation to some things, is to properly analyze this and then say what is to be done. There's not two ways about it, comrades. The main thing that we need to do is to go to the ground and organize. I want to raise a provocative question since we are going to our Congress, the 15th National Congress. We resolved at our 14th Congress at Mvelase we want to build a left popular front. That resolution is correct. We said we want to build that left popular front in order to build popular forces and unite them to drive the National Democratic Revolution. It's not a substitute for the ANC, but also it's not just automatically an extension of the ANC. It must seek to mobilize the motive forces of the National Democratic Revolution, especially the working class. It's correct. Maybe it's not even one left popular front that we are talking about nationally. Maybe we are talking about a multiplicity of left popular fronts, even in localities, even in districts. Nasemzimkhulu sifune i-left popular front ezomobilize abantu around stock theft. Ziyebiwe inkomo la. Siyakwazi lokho ekukhulukazi endaweni zasemakhaya. Ngike ngaya le ngaseLoscope ngathi ngidla breakfast kwenye indawo kwafika abasebenzi bezongibingelela. Ngiye ngijabuleke uma ngibingelelwa abasebenzi. Kusho ukuthi basangibona Mthembu. But wenza manje usitshelela ucele safa inkomo zethu ziyantshontshwa. Ngiye ngijabule mvelase phela uma ngisabona weComrade Zola. Ayikho into engiphathe kabe empilweni yami kuyo yonke into Comrade Soli in my life as General Secretary of the SACP. Angaze ngiphume ngenyala egroundini ngoMay Day. Ngenyala. You know, I'm sitting ngenyala ngithi le nyala comfortable nakamnandi kangaka. Umuntu wagcina nini ukugibela inyala. Ngikhishwa abasebenzi. UGeneral Secretary weCommunist Party ubalekiswa amaphoyisa ubalekiswa kubasebenzi hayi ngeke maComrade. Asizenze lezi zinto noma sithukuthele kanganani kodwa nibuye nganene. Awuyihlazo leli. 24 years as General Secretary. Ngiphuma ngemoto yamaphoyisa groundini. Ngijahwa abasebenzi. Kumayday Rustenburg. No. Sengikhumbula labasebenzi engibabone ngiseLoscope ukuthi awungangcono ukuthi ibona labo bezongibingelela kamnandi. But awunobhala wamakomanisi kunjani kodwa nami ngivume. Hayi laba abangikhiphe ngelokhuzana ngoshova. Ngeke Comrade Zola. No. Abasebenzi bane-right yokuprotest kodwa kwakubuhlungu kuyasho kodwa ama-comrades eparty uma engangibona nekapa islami nento yami ebovu ngihleli kwinyala ubalekela ababuhlungu leyanto uma-comrades hayi khona angaze ngixoshwa abasebenzi nje. Now we say we must build a left popular front or left popular fronts. It's correct. Correct. But maybe there is a bigger question. Ngifuna ukunishare nale task that we must talk about and debate. Can we build a left popular front if we don't have a strong and militant working class movement? That is the bedrock and the foundation for building whatever other fronts we want to build. Isn't the prior question perhaps the building of a militant, socialist, working class movement? Ekhokhelwa abasebenzi at the heart, with the trade union movement there and all other forces. And also to begin to do the things that we have said we are going to do as the Communist Party, to say, yes, we are in alliance with COSATU, we must deepen our alliance with COSATU, but at the same time, we must contribute towards encouraging worker action across federations on matters that are of common interest to the working class. And that's part of the foundation of building a strong working class movement. That's what we need to be thinking about. You don't deal with counter-revolution by analyzing it endlessly. You deal with counter-revolution by organizing against it. And the Communist Party in this province has got a very important role to play. Now, if you go deeper into this counter-revolution, other things also become clear. We also have got mafia-style type of organizations that we are beginning to see in the country and here in KZN as well. Like the so-called business forums, amadela ngokubona, yini le? Because those are criminal business networks. That's what they are. They go around demanding monies from people. By the way, both the counter-revolution and these business forums, one of their impact is to act against the interests of the working class. If we are disrupting workplaces for the workers, what are you trying? If we are disrupting the building of roads and dams and everything, you are actually undermining the provisions of services to working class communities. And you just don't do that on your own. But the unfortunate part, there is a tendency now, comrades, that has happened is that there is beginning to be an overlap between some criminal networks and some of our structures in the movement. You go to Mamelodi, kukhona izinto okuthiwa Boko Haram, abafarasai, Comrade Nopal, am I pronouncing it correctly? They are part, some of them, of our own political structures. Yet this is a criminal element. There is no ways to defeat this except to organize a militant working class movement to be at the heart of driving the National Democratic Revolution, because these are the things that are posing a threat to the National Democratic Revolution. I'm sure you have got a lot to say about this as this Congress. I'm sure you have a lot to say as this KZN Congress about these matters. Nokuchaza ukuthi kahle kahle James Nxumalo bakhishwa kanjani obani? Kahle kahle. Angikhishwanga yini ukuthi wemkhathwa anifuna ukuseva ama-interests amadela ngokubona. And we mustn't shy away from this so that we know exactly what we are going to deal with. By the way, remember, if you are going to be building, if you are going to be building a working class movement, as we see corruption, if we need development, you are going to clash with elements, this criminal political network. Definitely. Which means, therefore, as you organize, you must also organize to be able to protect yourselves and your campaigns against attacks from those forces. That is a fact. I'm not saying I'm not funny bam. Ngeke ngize ngikusho lokho la KZN wegok. Ngaze mfowethu ungifake kumabonwa kude uthi nango kunzimanda. Sekusukile kwakadambuza ngoba ngasedimpa impela mfowethu. Kodwa angisho njalo. We must mobilize our people also to defend their right to organize and mobilize in defense of the National Democratic Revolution. Now, I'm going to come back to this matter very briefly. Just now. Of course, comrades, this thing on July 21 also exposed something else of how compromised our security structures are. The police could not act. The intelligence could not provide reliable information, despite claims to the contrary. That's a fact. Because part of intelligence capacity has been destroyed by what we call state capture networks. Which means, possibly through state capture, we were well on our way on becoming a mafia state. Because we need to understand what is it that we are actually dealing with. The strategy failed for the counter-revolution to try, because part of it was to try and put a government way in a dizzy mode, to test ukuthi lo government is strong kangakanani. That failed, it did not succeed. But let's not take this thing for granted to think that this must not. This provincial congress must scientifically analyze all these things, but not for the sake of analysis. As Marx said, philosophers have interpreted the world in various ways. The point, however, is to change it. We will analyze because we want to change, not for the sake of the analysis. The other thing, comrades, facing KZN, not KZN alone, it's facing the whole world, but KZN has just got a bad taste of it. It's not the first time, by the way. the recent floods and disasters. The fact of the matter, comrades, is that the cause of this, the 500 years of capitalist greed, is destroying the environment, is destroying climate, it's changing climate. It's capitalism. Because capitalism speaks about growth irrespective of anything. And by growth, we mean accumulation. Well, our draft program that I hope we are talking to here, that we have released, talks very eloquently about what is happening to our environment. So these floods we are seeing are not the last, unfortunately, Maqabane. They are not the last. They are still going to happen here in KZN already. There's prediction that this weekend we might be facing another thing, and it's going to happen in other parts of the country and in other parts of the world. Which means that every struggle we wage must have certain common features. It must also be a struggle against gender inequality, against women's oppression. It must also be a struggle to protect our climate and to protect our environment at the same time. It's very important. Umthembu uyazi-ke, I've always spoken ukuthi i-Communist Party siyafuna isondele lapha eWentworth. Naye-ke manje refinery has closed. But the fact of the matter is that the situation in Wentworth has been very polluted. And the Communist Party must take up the campaigns for a clean environment. Of course, we also must look at job protection, comrades. We are not saying we must just be careless. We must also look at protecting jobs. That's why I was happy when I had to Comrade Ugweta this morning, calling to order that CEO, yes, Esmai, who says he can withstand a strike for years if need be. We are I'm glad Gutu Comrade Ugweta is calling him to order, that he has no interest in mining gold. His interest is to destroy the working class so that he can earn 300 million rands a year, which is what he's earning. Now, I want to pose another challenge to you. In this Congress, we'll be raising this also in the National Congress. You know, comrades, one of the things that we need to seriously be campaigning about, you know, when it's been raining, you just notice, by the way, that we just have no stormwater drainage system in this country. Amanzi ayahambela la ithanda khona. I-stormwater drainage is ezinye ezivalwe plastic, which is a campaign, by the way, which the Communist Party must take up. The plastic abalahleka yonke indawo, comrades, has got huge negative impact on the environment. In fact, if truth be told, much as we have done a lot as this democratic government, I mustn't be misread as if I'm saying we haven't done a lot. But is that a lot of our infrastructure that we are surviving on is still the old infrastructure built by apartheid. There's no stormwater drainage, even in the cities. In the townships, they were never there in any case. And in many of our rural areas, they were never there. One of the biggest campaigns we want to urge the Communist Party to take up, and I wish at this Congress, no Bala, you can discuss this, is to actually fight for and campaign for public employment programs to build infrastructure in our townships and villages. All right, comrades, there is a lot of opportunity that we can create public employment programs through public works and other government departments in order to be able to build what we call climate resilient infrastructure. I've never seen like this, Mina. A beautiful house, let alone let's say a beautiful house at Durban North. It moved from where it was. Isondele komunye ibe nomakhelwane omusha. Umngane wami oyiklani wayithanda kabi ngabe uthi ngathi hi, I'm your neighbor now, ngabe kushiwo njalo. Yet it's a very serious thing. How much more kuma townships emalokishini ethu nasemakhaya la kungekho khona lutho, If there is one campaign we need to take up, comrades, put pressure on government that we want public employment programs where we stay, run together with communities, not through tenders, in order to build and have climate resilient infrastructure and provision of basic services. That's the challenge, by the way, yokuvusa amalokishi neendawo zakithi emakhaya. Ayikho enye. And to really begin to have jobs. I would like this Congress to discuss this. How do we do this? I'm going to be challenging the National Congress on behalf of the Central Committee to say, how do we actually do that? In other words, I'm saying the only way to revitalize our townships and villages is these public employment programs to create jobs. By the way, comrades, the state of our townships, especially in the big metros like this one, is bad. And the level of social decay also that's creeping into our communities, Maqabane, it's bad. To hear what last year in South Africa, about 400 10 to 14-year-olds gave birth to children, is telling us that there is something that is really going wrong. The levels of drug and alcohol abuse is so much. We can't fold our arms and complain. Or like this as analyst who President abekhuluma ngasizolo. Goga ngikhulumi ke nawe la, vala indlebe ngoba mhlawumbe uzothi ngikhuluma nawe. Kuthiwa no thina si specializer of speaking truth to power. Yini leyo? Wena wenzani? Ngaphandle kokuvula umnyomo, yep, you speaking truth to power. What are you doing to be part of solving these problems that are actually facing society? Because we need everyone. Don't say what you speak truth to power. Here as communists, we don't speak truth to power. We analyze power, and also we analyze how we're going to build working class power through a militant working class movement in order to change conditions for the better for our people. That's what we are about. That's why the comrades, we say, this is just one campaign I'm leaving you with. Asiyofuna imisebenzi emphakathi emalokishini nasey'ndaweni zethu ezisemakhaya. Ikhona imali uhulumeni angakwazi ukuyisebenzisa. Inkinga enye yebiwe. Laba baye imali asiba-confront. Baphume kwahulumeni ngoba awukwazi ukweba imali ubuqhubeka usebenzela uhulumeni. Now, I want to also say this. Give a bit more, not that I've not been doing Marxist analysis, but just sharpen it a little bit. We have said as the SACP, what is it that we are really faced with in our movement right now, which has also led us to lose our elections, local government elections, in the manner that we have done. The province. Indlela esiperforming ngayo nje comrades was so bad. So bad. Inkatha ayina solution for the problems of the people of this country. It's us who have a solution, but provided with the right comrades. What is happening? Let's do this as an analysis. It looks like, comrades, a lot of our structures in the movement have been captured by factions who have organized themselves around capturing the structures of the movement and then capture municipal budgets. And then control those municipal budgets and distribute patronage, and continue to say we can only be able to do this if we have got these branches of our movement that are closed to anyone who is not part of the faction. And we call that a bureaucratic petty bourgeoisie. What do we mean by that big English phrase? Simply we mean people who have become dependent on controlling our movement and controlling the state so that they steal money from the state to distribute favors and also to enrich themselves. That's the bureaucratic bourgeoisie that seems to be threatening to take over our movement. Angazi noma ngizwakala. If you then start to build left popular fronts and a working class movement, a militant, nizoxabana nalama structures. Because nifuna ukudisrupt the patronage and all this. Does it mean ukuthi if usixabana nalama structures kusho sesixabana ne-ANC? Does it mean that? No. But it may mean that sizoxabana nama structures e-ANC if they are controlled by these elements. That's what we must tell ourselves. That is why at our Special National Congress, comrades, we said, and I hope that Congress reaffirms this resolution, that whereas communists were being marginalized and the local government processes that are agreed to by the alliance have been stolen, we are not duty-bound to go and vote for the ANC in those areas. We must consider going out to contest ourselves together with other progressive forces. Ayikhona makhelwane. Ngeke sivume le. Kufika kukhethwa comrade la i-community meeting. Endleleni yakwa sekunelinye igama, hayi leli likade liphumelana igama. Sekungena omunye umuntu esingamazi. Then thina njengeyiwungu zamakomanisi, hambani novota ngoba nine-discipline. No, we don't have discipline for nonsense. We have got discipline for truth and people's wishes. We do not want to contest elections in competition with the ANC. We want to contest together as the alliance. But where the ANC allows people that its own processes are stolen, we are not going to be party to that. That's what we said at our Special National Congress. And we must still reaffirm that resolution here and in the National Congress. So, comrades, then, if we are to do all these things that I'm talking about, we need a strong party and a united party. I've already spoken about this, that we must defeat all these tendencies that are wrong. Let's not run away from trying to, let's not give up on the ANC. I want to make that plea, Maqaba. Ngiyazi khona sebekhathele ngempela. Who are saying no? Sikhathele ANC siyaxolisa. Let us not give up on the ANC, because if we give up on the ANC, we are giving up on ourselves. The task we have is to revitalize and renew the ANC and reconfigure the alliance. How do we revitalize and reconfigure the ANC? Not by sitting in endless meetings in boardrooms, in alliance meetings. Those alliance meetings are important, but by building a strong militant working class movement from the ground and building this left popular front. This was decided the ANC whether it wants to be part of those forces or not. But that may help to revitalize the ANC by organizing and mobilizing. Listen to this. By organizing and mobilizing the motive forces who stand to benefit from a national democratic revolution, we will also at the same time be revitalizing and renewing the African National Congress. Maybe ANC ayisakwazi ukurenewa yona iyodwa from inside. Also it needs umjovo oqhamuka ngaphandle from us as allies, umjovo omkhulu oqhamuka ngaphandle. Idampi ANC uzwe lo mjovo ukuthi ufikile nabo abantu sebela in order to rebuild this dear movement to us. Because if truth be told, none of these opposition parties are capable of doing what a progressive, renewed ANC is capable of doing and is supposed to be doing. Yes. We built this ANC, we contributed to building it because it is the only movement that is capable of uniting all the African people in this country, irrespective of their language or ethnic background. And that's a huge achievement for the African National Congress. No other party. Angifuna nokumention ama-parties. I don't like to mention our parties in our platform. Niyawazi. Abanye bagqoka ungathi thina. They are so chauvinistic. They are so racialistic. They are so narrow. La laba abanye abafaka imbala ehlaza ngenyani abazi ukuthi benzani. What is it that they want? Can they really unite the African people as the foundation for building a non-racial South Africa? No. So we must not give up on the ANC. But not giving up on the ANC does not mean we don't build a working class movement, which is militant, which is socialist, no bad. Siyayifuna lapha eRichards Bay, lo movement, siyibona iphila. Ngalo ukuthi manginte esingazazi lapha ku-RBM, nibangani? Nangu sengibona nobhala wakho. Walapha. Bebekhetha nabo, angazi ukuthi kuhamba kanjani. Ngibonile ngizwile i-ANC bikhetha lapha. Angazi kuhambe kanjani, sawuthola analysis nami ngi-understand. Nenzani ko-RBM? Yini le niyenzayo? Naku kufuna ukuphuma idumbu. For what? But unless you build a strong working class movement rooted at Richards Bay and Sempangeni, we are not going to correct some of the challenges that we have there. That's the main message, comrades. But also we say the alliance cannot continue to operate as if it's prior to 1994. There are certain basic things. Now, when we raise this, some of our comrades, but nanso the Communist Party funi ikhundla. That's very unfair. Andikwazi ukuthi uChrisana sihamba phezulu kwakhe nje umathamba mhlophe ufela ukuthi wayefuna isikhundla. Wayefela ukukhulula lelizwe. Namhlanje nizothi ngoba seniseyikhundleni bese amakomanisa leli ikhundla. That's an insult to the Communist Party. We have been in this struggle for 100 years. Ebesu celebrate last year to liberate and reconstruct this country. If communists are in government at various levels, it's not because bafuna ikhundla, it's not because of the mistake. It's a continuation of liberating and rebuilding a different South Africa. Angizothi ngoba seniseyikhundleni. Sibuye sisasazela nangabantu esingabazi ukuthi bavela mva nje. Ubanikela manje lo sezothi hayi Communist Party ufuna ikhundla. Ubani wena wakabani uvela ufike nini la embuthweni? Samukela wonke umuntu embuthweni but khona abafika nje bezositshela zonke lezi zinto. Surely it can't be true. Ukuthi that is our aim. We have the deepest interest in defense of building the South Africa that we want as South African communists. Msana ukuzofihla amanyala ethu ngokuzama ukusithuka ukuthi silwele ukuba seyikhundleni thina. Asinamsebenzi neyikhundla thina. So siyakwazi nokuxoshwa futhi eyikhundleni ukuthi into enjalo. Uqoshelwe nje ukuthi ulimele iqiniso. Mina ngeke ngahlala for 8 months ne-briefcase yami eseduze komnyango. Ngihambe ngiyethi comrade Soli. Engathi kufanele ngiyithathe le briefcase yami bafowethu. Ngivele ngihambe bahlala. Akho umuntu own ugovernment. Abakuxoshe. Simele iqiniso. Asange sithi uma sihlele ne briefcase ukuthi hey ukuze ngisondeze le briefcase bandla ke sihambe siyokhuleka. Siyokotha la kuthiwa khona. No. Khumbule sabaholi beCommunist Party asothiwa njengembawula thina. Umholo uthanda ukuthiwa kuthiwa uvakashela usizokubona omvelase usuwaba njani kodwa usizokotha mfowethu njengembawula asiyifuni leyo nto umholo ofuna ukuthiwa njengembawula. South African communists are nothing else but the sons and daughters of the workers and the poor of this country. Asilutho singani zabawashi uma usibuza ukuthi sobani samakomaniso bona labawashi abaningi bethu la abanye bethu la sifundile sigqokiswa amajazi labawashi sizinto ezingconywana namhlanje ilabawashi okuthiwa abenzi lutho uma sabantu bengafuni ukuthi kulokhuzo nazi ingane zethu ziyagraduate manje ziyagida la eUKZN kumnandi kudelile ngishaya uvala kodwa we ma uthatha 6 hours le graduation ngeke iphele phela. But it's nice. That's who we are as sons and daughters of the working class. Sangizoqeda ke ma comrades ngoba sisishayile nesikhathi sami. We cannot be able to address the problems of this country unless the Communist Party leads an effort to build a militant socialist working class movement, which must be the foundation for whatever France we build. And we don't seek permission, comrades, ukwenza lento esiyishoyo. Ngicela ukuyisho kahle loo nto. As a Communist Party, we must have our own direct, independent relationship with the people. Okay? But now a contradiction engifuna ukuyipoint out before ngiqede, because I can't do that without pointing this out. Ama-townships ethu, nama-villages, emakhaya, nasemadolobheni. SeThekwini la, khona uMlazi, khona uMashu, khona Claremont, khona insizwa seClaremont la. Ngibala nje indawo enkulu. They are melting pots. Kunama problems amaningi lawo ebengikhuluma ngawo. But that's why we are organized as the ANC and the SACP. That's where our branches are. How come? How come? All our branches are there, but we are losing elections there. What is happening? Again, analyze that alone. Why? Uphi comrade uZola? Nobhala. Hayi mfowethu ayixabene asikho Rustenburg seThekwini. Asikho Rustenburg. There is another class conundrum also that we must solve. The most densely operated sector of South African society that is organized in terms of trade unions is the public service. Masikhuluma ngendawo nje nama-unions are strong njengamanje, it's the public service. But how come we have a weak state when we have got progressive trade unions like NEHAW, like SATU, like ProCru, and others, but we have a weak state? How come, Comrade Noma Rashid, ukuthi nikhona ni strong and even nibahle ngani zakwethu lapha ku-public service, but nathi state capture senzeka la phambi kwenu? Mngani wami wayevama ukuthi kuyenzeka la kunina ko-5 to la. How does that happen? Why? Why do we have strong progressive trade union organization in the public service, but corruption is running amok and the state is becoming weak? Does it mean that to have a progressive trade union movement in the public service does not automatically translate into building a progressive developmental state? Ngiyisengiyishiya nani ke le mbuso. Inyanga zethu strong kodwa uhulumeni uweak. Yindaba. Why lo strong beyinyunyana bungatranslate? Angibeki umuntu icala njalo ngifuna analyze. Could it be that historically state sethu, when we built it from 1994, maybe there were certain neoliberal measures that we put into place that have also weakened the trade union movement? Or maybe its strength as a trade union movement in the public sector is only focusing on certain things, but not looking at its role in terms of broader developmental goals. That's it's like sonke si organize emlazi nakwamashi wonke ama-branch e-Communist Party akhona nawe-ANC akhona lapha, but we are becoming weak and we are losing elections in the very same areas which were in the forefront in the defeat of the apartheid in the 1980s. Does it mean the presence of ANC and SACP branches does not automatically translate into building people's power in our communities? If that is the case, why? Sakama VD branches, SACP, ayasebenza nama VD branches. No matter what we have done is that we have ended up with weak wards because we are focused on VD branches. I don't know. You have to answer that question now and going to our Congress as well. Sendiyavala ke ma comrades. We are glad ukuthi sinama comrades ethu who have come here from the rest of the continent, of our continent. Because one of the key challenges that we are faced with, that we are going to be raising at our National Congress, is that the world has entered again a new and very dangerous state which if we don't mobilize internationally, working class solidarity, around, I would argue, building a peace movement in the world, we are going to be in trouble. Because what is happening? When the world becomes to be dangerous, you must look for one sign. The most dominant country at that time is beginning to lose some of its power. United States hegemony now is under serious challenge, especially from a country like China. And because the US is desperate, it's trying to increase its influence in the world as it sees that there is a danger of that influence being lost. What does it do? It first says, let's try and consolidate the power of NATO, the military alliance. NATO is a military alliance. It's not a political alliance. It's military. AMP is to spill blood. That is the aim of NATO, nothing else, in order for the United States and its allies to become strong. That is why, comrades, we have got conflict in the Ukraine. The conflict in the Ukraine, in essence, is as a result of the attempt of the United States to use NATO close to the Russian border, because imperialism at the moment sees Russia as the next, possibly easier target. But the ultimate aim is China, because that is where the US influence is being challenged economically. So if Russia kudlula ngendlela, but it's imperialism which has done that. You know, those of us, comrades, who know of the Soviet Union, when it collapsed, when it was about to collapse, there was an agreement made. For the two Germans, the West German and East German, to unite and become one country, NATO is not going to move 1 inch towards the east, towards Russia. An agreement made by the Soviet Union. But the Soviet Union, unfortunately, collapsed. And as soon as it collapsed, Clinton started dismembering Yugoslavia through NATO. NATO now is doing what it likes, breaking agreements which were inherited by Russia, that NATO is not going to move to the east. So the primary source of the conflict in Ukraine is US imperialism. Now, but abanye ozakwenu beyindaba bazosifida propaganda namanga. Some of the news in South Africa, or News 24, or Banban, they come and feed us lies. Who sponsored to Steenhuisen and go to Ukraine? It's some foundation called the Brent's Foundation, your open eye. Did you know that? To go, if Steenhuisen, but the aim is to try and undermine the position of our government. The position of our government is correct. Let there be negotiations to resolve the Ukrainian conflict, not arms, because we don't want war, we want peace as South Africa. Steenhuisen is being sent, it's a counter-revolutionary visit, actually, to undermine and discredit our own government and the position of our government, which as the SACP we think it's a correct position, given the fact that the source of the conflict is not Russia. The source of the conflict is the expansion of NATO to the borders of Russia. So, comrades, our call is that no to imperialist war in Ukraine or any part of the world. The other thing also that disturbs us is that the whole focus now is on the Ukraine. Look at this democracy, we are told. We are told that the United States and Western countries are the biggest democracies in the world. What have they done? They have shut Russian television. They have shut any foreign media platforms, including in YouTube. But vale artibe ngiya ku-YouTube ngifike ngiyithole ku-YouTube akuphelanga isonto ayisekho na ku-YouTube manje. Sputnik radio, which is Russian radio, is shut. You can't get it. I used to listen it from my phone. So much for democracy. Where is democracy there? And the South African media, is it criticizing this? No. They are part of it because also largely they are feeding us lies. Even the South African Broadcasting Corporation, the SABC, you ask them, why are you only interviewing the Ukrainian ambassador? Also, what we are not told, Ukraine has banned the Communist Party in Ukraine. Amakomanisa wafuneka Ukraine. Siyathidana lama comrades ase-Ukraine ngendlela sethu. Ngoba amakomanisa wavinjwa. Underground lapha. Avalelweni. Because that's a neo-fascist government in Ukraine, by the way. We are not saying Ukrainians, ordinary Ukrainians, must therefore suffer. We don't want war. We want peace. And it's a pity because that Ukrainian government has allowed itself, at the expense of its own people, to be an instrument in the hands of imperialism, not for the interests of their own. Even Europe, it's so loyal to the United States, it's even compromising its own energy through gas that it is getting from Russia. These sanctions are punishing Europe itself, but it's willing to go along because it's thinking that it's defending the interest of the United States. That is the truth about what is happening now. That's what we must go and be telling people and analyzing and using our own media platforms to express against this. So we want peace. Comrades, it's always nice to be at party congresses in the provinces and in the district. It's always nice to be here at MABHIDA as our single largest province. Have a successful conference, comrades. Provide leadership through your numbers, not by imposing yourself. And I want to say this. Let's not allow that Congress to be disturbed by anything that is regressive. Ngizoyiphinda le nto futhi kwi-Congress. Go build a militant working class movement. Reach out to the progressive trade union movement. I can't sit down without saying this. Kukhona enye danger khona ama-comrades. Okufunakala ukuthi siyibheke. Comrade Duma, there is an offensive which is trying to cause a rift between SACP and COSATU and some of its affiliates. We must watch this. The SACP has got to be very mature. Because we know also ukuthi kunabantu abafuna ukuthi drive a wedge. As Lenin said, if you allow a wedge to be driven between the communist movement and the workers' movement, both of them will be defeated. If you go different ways, you're all going to be defeated. Also, let's not allow ourselves to be provoked. We have been criticized for our inability of having not been able to pay abasebenzi be-Communist Party. Comrades, asiyenzi ngoba sithanda loo nto. Asinayo imali. Asinayo imali. Uma sihluleka ukukhokhela abasebenzi bethu, imali engekho. Asiyebe imali kwaHulumeni yokuzokhokhela abasebenzi la kwa-Communist Party. Sibakhokhela ngemali engcolile. Asikwenzi lokho maqabane. Siyacela ukuthi kungahlekiswa ngathi ngalokho. As if asibathanda abasebenzi. Siyabathanda abasebenzi bonke, including laba bethu. That is why ke comrades, sicela ukuthi nonke ke niba ama-fundraiser sizofaka imali la emakomanisini ngoba akekho umuntu ozositholela imali ngaphandle kwethu. Angazi noma ngiyayizwa lo nto. Umsebenzi wemali akubona oka-treasurer, akubona oka-general secretary, akubona oka-comrade Usoli phela, akubona oka-comrade Umthembu, owethu sonke ukuthi si-fundraise imali ukuze sikwazi ukuthi le Communist Party iqhube isebenze. Ukungakhokhela abasebenzi bethu siyacela ukuthi kungahlekiswa ngako bakithi. Siyacela. Sibona abantu abanenhliziyo ezimbi, siyabathanda abasebenzi. Ma comrades, qhubekani nisebenzele lo mbutho wakotana. umbutho wamabhida. SACP yasetshenzelwa alala iphathi yasetshenzelwa alala ayithengwa ngethenda.
Hey! Hey!
ayithengwa ngethenda alala ikhosati yasetshenzelwa alala ikhosati yasetshenzelwa alala uhalala.
Hayibo! Awusongizwa.
uhalala alala ANC yasetshenzelwa alala ANC yasetshenzelwa alala ayingathengwa ngethenda ayingathengwa ngethenda.
Hey!
Siyabonga sihlalo. Thank you.
Indaba yawo iyodwa, indaba yawo iyodwa, indaba yawo iyodwa, 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 isocialism, iyodwa, 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 isolela. Akekeshi wamakomane, akekeshi wamakerela, akekeshi wamakomane. Iyodwa, 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 isocialism. Iyodwa, 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 isocialism. Akekeshi wamakerela, akekeshi wamakomane, akekeshi wamakerela, akekeshi wamakomane. Iyodwa, 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 isocialism. Iyodwa, 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 isocialism. Akekeshi wamakerela, akekeshi wamakomane, akekeshi wamakerela, akekeshi wamakomane. Iyodwa, 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 isocialism. Iyodwa, 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 isocialism. Akekeshi wamakerela, akekeshi wamakomane, akekeshi wamakerela, akekeshi wamakomane. Iyodwa, 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 isocialism. Socialism. Socialism. Amandla awethu, viva the South African Communist Party, viva! Viva the African National Congress, viva! Viva COSATU, viva! Amandla! Long live the General Secretary, Comrade Plains Zimande, long live! Forward to socialism, forward! Sibonge kakhulu ma comrades, inkulumo kanobhala jikelele wamakomanisi uComrade uBlade Nzimande ebengacela ukuba siyetshise ngokumqhwabela ihlombe ephuma. Unobhala usaphuma kancane yala ngaphandle, kukhona enye i-interview akumele ukuthi ayenze, kodwa uzobuya khona manje emva kuba eseqede ukwenza le interview. Usaphumeke nonobhala weprovince kodwa bazobuya maduzane nje. Kodwa bekubalekile uba simbonge ngenkulumo yakhe asenzele yona kule Congress. Comrades, before we proceed, ngicela ukuba ngethule inkokheli esezisijoyinile kulolu suku lwesibili lwanamhlanje lale Congress. Now, comrades have been once again joined by the Provincial Secretary of the ANC in KwaZulu-Natal, Comrade Umdumiseni Ntuli, Mpemba, Simkhwabela. Nobhala, siyabonga kakhulu ukuphinda ube nathi, nayizolo besinawe nosihlalo, uComrade Khuzeni. But again, comrades have been joined by a member of the PEC, who also a Speaker of the Legislature, besinayo futhi izolo, uComrade uNontembeko Boys. Viva Comrade Unte, viva! Ukhona la ngaphambili, siyabonga kakhulu. Ziyeza PEC member, joining other PEC members, Comrade Ubonge Sithole Mloyi. But again, we have been joined by the Secretary of the Legislature, uComrade Niroshi. Nangi angale, Comrade Niroshi Naido, Sumkhabela. So kusho ukuthi office lika Somlomo likhona lonke la namhlanje. Siyabonga kakhulu for that support. Comrades, now what is going to happen ukuthi sizocela amaqabane sithathe 15 minutes break ukuthi sithi ko stretcha kancane emva kwalokho masibuya bazobe sebebuya nobhala bobabili both uGS no Comrade nobhala weprovince umvelase sithole i-political report. Kodwa nje ngokuthi niziphethe kahle cha niyideserve ilokhuzane u15 minute break. Ake nithi koshaya umoya kancane bese niyabuya. Kodwa ningayike ngale kade kusho khona izolo. Nibe ngakhona la ngaphakathi. Amanda. Asha umoya kancane ma comrades 15 minutes bese siyabuya. 15 minutes bese siyabuya maqabane.
Kumanis detwa. Abasekho nabantu. Detwa. Amekumanis detwa. My mother was a kitchen girl. My father garden, and that's why I make money. Nikachele. My father, and that's why. Buya heri kwala buya. Buya heri kwala buya. Buya Johannes Nkosi District buya. Buya Riot Makomanis Mkwanas buya. Kusasele kodwa. Funa abantu. Buya Nkosi Pambata District buya.
Amanda, awethu. Comrades, uphelile u-15 minutes ebese ucelile. Now, siyaqhubeka. Comrades, njengamanje ngaphandle kokuchitha isikhathi sizocela unobhala wethu weprovince. Ucomrade Themba Mthembu Umvelase ukuba azosipresentela i-political report. Socela ama-comrades onke angene ngaphakathi ukuze sikwazi ukuthi unobhala asinikeze umkhabulo. Long live the SACP, long live. Viva nobhala Comrade Themba Mthembu, viva. Long live the SACP, long live. Amanda. Cha woza nobhala.
Distribute. Distribute. Amandla! Thank you, comrade. Chairperson. Angithathele lithuba once again ikhona-ke le ekuyabingelelwa kuma-conference nakuma-congress awuhlala ubingelela sengiyabingelela. The members of the Central Committee with us today, we feel very honored on your presence in this Congress. We had our General Secretary. I've already reported to Kutuzo Sheshe Abaleke ngokwenye commitment, but we've got the first Deputy General Secretary Comrade Sulma Paila, the leadership of COSATU, led by Mtombe, the leadership of the African National Congress, led by Mpemba, our international comrades from Swaziland, Pudemo, and Communist Party of Swaziland, from DRC. Yesterday we had our comrade from Palestine, Angimbingelele, in absentia, ngobusethathwe omunye umcimbi. The PEC, yonke, the leadership of district, the leadership of branches, our guest, sesiwabalile wonke, esinawula. Comrades, allow us to deliver this political report of the 9th Congress SACP in Moses, MABHIDA. What I would like to explain before I start to deliver the political report. This is a political report. This is not a political address or a keynote address. It is a report. Uma uyazi ukuthi ufanele wenze i-report, you need to be factual, substantial, futhi ube sober. And a report here to comrade, because we understand in context. Ibheke isikhathi esisona delivers yona le report. Kakhulu ukuthi ukubaleka kokwazi le report ukuthi we are delivering this report ngasikhathi si celebrate centenary. Ngakho ke izoba nayi element yokuthi sibuka kanjani ukuthi what have been happening all along kancane in these last 100 years with an intention yokuthi how do we look ahead in the next 100 years. Iyona nto edingakala nokuthi ke siya kwi-15 Congress. ezobaleka kakhulu kwi-Communist Party. As we have learned, you now have a report. The report is written in English, but I will speak alternatively between English and Zulu. So that kungabi khona abantu esibashiya ngemumva. I-theme yethu ke ithi kufanele sijulise imfundiso yethu ye-Marxism Leninism ukuze siqinise umzabalazo wabasebenzi nempi yezinguquko yentando yeningi kuzwelonke. Ukuze sibe neNingizimu Afrika eyakhiwe ngokwe-socialism. That is our theme. We need to deepen our Marxist-Leninism, intensify socialist struggle, ekwakheni for a national democratic revolution ezosisa kwi-socialism. So egameni lesigungu esiphezulu sesifundazwe seqembu lamakhomanisi lalapha eNingizimu Afrika, Moses MABHIDA la sikhona, asibingelele ke izithunywa zonke ezikhona esengiyibalile. Sivumeleni ke sivule lo mbiko wezepolitiki ngokucaphuna amazwi aqukethwe istatement se-SACP Annual Augmented Central Committee sango 16 December 2016. Kuthi uma umzabalazo wenkululeko yethu wasikhosta kangaka, kwenzeke kanjani ukuthi ugcina usushibhe kanje? Ingabe impi yezinguquko yentando yeningi simisiwe yini? Yini okumele sikwenze? If our liberation struggle was so expensive, how has it become so cheap? Is the national democratic revolution in an interregnum? What is to be done? We asked that question long time ago in 2016 as communists. And it's still relevant to ask it now. That's why we have brought it. Kulelo cause. So in le Congress ke yethu yesishagalolunye yeqembu lamakhomanisi laseNingizimu Afrika la kwi-province ibanjwa ngesikhathi esinzima kakhulu ezinhlakeni eziningi zokuphila kwethu. Lena ingqungquthela ebaluleke kakhulu ngoba ibanjwa ngesikhathi leli qembu lamakhomanisi laseNingizimu Afrika ligibha unyaka eyikhulu lasungulwa, kanti nombutho wentsha emakhomanisi alapha eNingizimu Afrika uzobuqeda unyaka wes-100 mhla zingu-25 May 2022. Mhlambe ke sithathe nje leli thuba lokuthi sinifisele Fasimba kuthiwa yini belated ngisazi ngakho ngikhuluma isizwe ngifuna ukukhuluma revolutionary centenary year. Ngalokho ke lo nyaka unyaka obalulekile kakhulu kwikhalenda le-South African Communist Party. Le ngqungquthela ibanjwa sekusele cishe izinyanga ezithi azibe mbili ngaphambi kwengqungquthela ye-SACP ye-15 okulindeleke ukuthi yamukele imibhalo yenqubomgomo yeqhingakazi ebaluleke kakhulu ezoba umhlahlandlela weqembu njengoba lingena ekhulwini leminyaka elandelayo. Sihlangana kule ngqungquthela ngesikhathi uhlelo longxiwankulu lusenkingeni enkulu eziveza ubuze balaba bantu abathi isikhathi sezimpi sidlulile futhi manje singena esikhathini sokuletha izinguquko ngokuthula. Yabona ke leyo ke comrade iyona nto esihluphe ama communist parties amaningi agcine senhlanhlatha. Comrade Sole yaqala in the 20th Congress of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union. Ngithi kwakuyisikhathi sika Nikita Khrushchev, where the issue of revisionism yahlasela umbutho. What happened? It led to the demise of the Soviet Union. Ngesikhathi sika Gorbachev in 1990, kwaku 1990, kodwa kwaku 1989. Because benza iphutha lokuthi bacabanga ukuthi ungacontest ama-election uyikhomanisi uthatha umbuso ngeke uzukubone lokho ngeke yabo ngaphandle uma uzoseva i-capitalism then ke bazokuyeka yabo. Sihlangana ke kule ngqungquthela ngesikhathi uhlelo longxiwankulu sengikushilo lusenkingeni. So isikhathi ke eside umnotho ukhula ngonyawo lonwabo futhi lungekho nozinzo kwezepolitiki okuveza kahle ubuhixihixi obukhona nobukhinyabeza kakhulu inqubo yongxiwankulu. Umuntu ke washo ke eqala la ukuthi because you are delivering a political report, ngasho ukuthi it's not a political address or keynote address. You see, ukubalekile ukuthi kuko konke lokade kushiwo kusukela izolo kuze kube inamhlanje muyikhomanisi fanele ubuke ngale kwakho angithi ukuthi kudalwa yini. You must not look at the effect. Umsebenzi wethu omkhulu is to look at the causes. Angithi is to look at the causes so that we even understand the effect better in order ukuthi sikwazi ukudetermine ukuthi what is to be done. Sithi ke nokuba uhlelo lokumbela kwesabo abangongxiwankulu lubuye lube ntekenteke ngezikhathi ezithize kodwa lusaqinile singayikhohlisi uma singahlangani futhi sibumbane njengoba kadesho uGS ukuze silwe nalo futhi silunqobe lolu hlelo olusixhaphazayo nolisiqinelayo luzoqhubeka ukuthi nje lihlale lisiwohloza. Noma kunjalo ke isisekelo kwakhelwe phezukwaso sibolile nakho nje singakusho
Futhi siphikisana kakhulu. Siphikisana kakhulu, sinama contradictions amaningi. Ukuhlasela kwe-working class emazweni ngamazwe nokucindezela kwabantu kuyanda. Asikho isikhathi esinjenganalesi where the working class is under attack from the ruling class. Ngenxa yalokho ke sibona lokhu okulandelayo namuhla. Nazi izinto esizibona zenzeka. Ukudlondlobala kwemibango yezimakethe. Message ukudlondlobala kwemibango yezimakethe, one of the things esiyibona lapha ya e-Ukraine is about America supplying liquid gas in Europe. Ishaya domination ye Russia. The gas. That's why they target Stream 2. Kodwa okukhulu kakhulu ngisizochaza la. It's about white supremacy as well. To save white supremacy. Bazothi usava njani white supremacy ushaye Russia ngoba belungu lapha. Yabo. Ukubisa South Africa. Bese zothi Russia icishe ifane neKafir Booty. So for uqale ngayo. Yabo. Njengoba ke ine history yokusebenzisana nalamazwe okubonakala ukuthi antekenteke. Okunye ukuqhakambisa ke ukuzivikela ngokobuzwe kwamazwe. Ukudlondlobala kobuzwe kwipolitiki yezomnotho okwenza zibe ningi izinkinga phakathi kwamazwe agombela kwesayo nongxobankulu ikakhulukazi phakathi kwe-USA, European Union, iChina kanye neRussia. Ukuqiniswa kwenqubomgomo elawulwa ngempi. Ukukhula kwalezo zimali ezihlinzekelwe ezombutho. Most government akule NATO alliance zonke akhulise ama-budget awo ezempi. Khombisa ukuthi cha abantu bayimisele ngokuthi bafuna ukulwa. Yabo. Hamba wa-check. Wonke bakhulisa ama-budget abo. Ama-military budget. So izikhonza zamazwe anobuqhwaga, imperialism. Also zimali abayizikhondla, the financial oligarchy. Batholakala bebambene ngeyihluthu. Into esiyibonayo. Ukuqhubeka kokuthathwa komnotho kwamazwe abuthaka. Ukukhula kwamathuba okuba khona kwempi yomhlaba yesithathu. Nazi izinto ezenzekayo. Njengoba ke ivubelwa lapha ya entshonalanga ye-Europe nasemazweni asempumalanga kwi-Pacific. Ungacabanga nje ubuye yenzeka e-Ukraine. There's nothing happening, so we can sit down and relax. Ama-comrade aqhamuke eSwazini ayazi ukuthi i-America yakhani lapha eSwazini. They know. One of the biggest consulates. Why? You must ask yourself why. You see? Because target is in Southern Africa, particularly South Africa. Yes. Which must be kept in check. Ukula ngesankahle kondlobankulu ne-working class. Yabo. This increased aggression against the working class by capital, by the ruling class. Impi enkulu. Ukuze bathweswe imiphumela emibi ezinkinga ezidalwe yibona zomnotho. Badale inkinga kodwa zizothwaliswa nina as the working class. This is what we are experiencing. Ondliwankulu nohulumeni babo bayaqhubeka nokuxhaphaza nokuhlasela izinhlangano ze-working class. And kwenzeka lokho ngendlela eziningi, comrade. Uma uthiwa kozola ngeke sisanikeza lento esinithembise yona. It's part of the attack. Uma kuhlasela ama-comrade alwela intando yeningi eSwazini, is part of that attack. So it manifests itself in different forms, in different places. But it is one attack, an attack to the working class. Enye sisazoyikhuluma yalezo attack is to unleash poverty. Abanye abantu abazi ukuthi ipoverty into edalwayo, ukuthi into efanele ihlale ibe khona. Khona zozethi nizohlale nifuna usizo. You see. So iyona nto ke eyenzekayo. Benyathela ke namalungelo ngezinyawo amalungelo e-working class. Nembhikisho yethu bayithathe njengento ewugebengu. Ukukhalela nje imfuno zethu. Then they turn that into terrorism. Kulula nje ukuthi bakujike. Phekula lo. Ukhalela imfuno zakho iphekule. Yabo. Becindezela ke nabasebenzi basezimbonini abalwayo. Ukudlondlobala nokuphikiswa kwezinguquko zepolitiki kanye nobushikela. Bazosho ukuthi ngiyasazi sizolweni. Authoritarianism. Yabo. Izinkinga zentando yeningi ebhekene nayo yobungqibankulu. Abanye abantu abazi ukuthi social democracy is in crisis itself. You see, social democracy is in crisis. Besides ama-problem abhekene ne-ANC, ANC is is considered as a social democracy is currently facing a serious challenge internationally. That's why the Social Democratic Party of Germany is in crisis. The Labour Party is in crisis. In France, all those are social democrats. So social democracy is under a serious threat. Throughout the world. Ingakho ke amazwe amaningi slowly ngendlela esithekile they are becoming a police state. Yabo. But it's not announced. But umubuka kahle, most countries are becoming a police state.
Nokukhuphuka ke kokuphatha ngendlela ifascism. Nayi inkinga esibhekene nala eSouth Africa. Siyabona nje pockets akhandekayo ubona ukuthi ama-fascist lawa. Yabo. Tomorrow bazoba Azov battalion. Laba bantu laba. Kodwa siyababuka nje bayazakha. Yabo. Umkhankaso ke wenkolelo mbono embi yongciwankulu abaphikisana nezinguquko abasakaza ucwasana ngobulili ukubandlulula nokuzonda bokufika kuleli ukushabasheka ezenkolo ngokweqile religious fanatism ukuze kudukiswe futhi kwehlukaniswe abasebenzi nabantu bese ke kuqiniswa ukukhonya kongciwankulu. So zikhona ke lezi inkinga ejulile zenqubo ye-social democracy esengiyishilo ukuphoqa ukwesekwa kobungciwankulu ngumphakathi bethanda bengathandi lapho amaqembu ezintanda kubukwa ezuza iqeqebana labantu abahlwempu nabadangele ngokugxeka okuhlaba umxhwele nothando mbumbulu ngezwe. Uthaga akamemeza enye inhlangano EFF njengoba kuqhamuka iEFF. Yabo no action SA zonke lezi zinto. Yabo. So uhlelo ke longciwankulu olwenza izigidigidi zabantu zibe zibulawe ukuthi zibulawe indlala. Zilambe futhi zishode ngemisebenzi. Luzama ukubambezela ke ukuwa kwalo. Ngokuphoqelela imbono yokuba ngogombela kwesakhe nokuphikisana nezinguquko zezepolitiki. Lucekela phansi imvelo lokade kushiwo uGeneral Secretary. Futhi lulungiselele impi entsha yamazwe ngamazwe as they are preparing, they are warming up in Ukraine. Sithi ke futhi njengoba sibambele ingqungquthela yokuqala ye-SACP ebanjwa ngaphansi kwezimo zobhubhane lwe-COVID-19. Uma i-World Health Organization ikhuluma ngabantu ababulawe yi-COVID-19 emhlabeni jikelele embikweni ewukhiphe mhla ka-6 May 2022 ngesikhathi esiphakathi kukaJanuwari 2020 kuya kuDisemba 2021 ithe ubhubhane lwe-COVID-19 lubulale abantu abacishe babe izigidi eziyishumi nanhlanu. There can be more. There are other reports ebala u-20 million. Yabona ke u-20 million wabantu asebeshonile udlula both World War I and World War II. Abantu abafa ngaleso sikhathi. That's how serious this thing is. Yabo. Ukufa kwabantu okuningi. Nayinto ebuhlungu comrade. Ukufa kwabantu okuningi bekungagwenywa. Isizathu esimqoka sokuthi kungani kungagwenywanga ukuthi ohulumeni bomhlaba bebelalela i-ruling class okuyilona belibalawula eligcine ekwenzeni inzuzo ngempilo yomphakathi futhi benqaba ukuba amazwe ngamazwe abambisane ukuze kunqandwe lolu bhubhane. This is what we are not going to get. ukuthi ke many of our people
sasingekho isidingo sokuthi basishiye. They should have done like China. But ngeke beze bekhuluma leyo nto. Because okwabo ukusave profit, not to save your lives. You see, ekubeni zikhona izindlela ezisebenzayo zokuthi lolu bhubhane lungasibulale noma babe bancane kakhulu abantu ke abagcina sebethathwa yilolu bhubhane. Iyona ke into esishoyo. Labo ke abenze inzuzo ngobhubhane, comrade, while our people are dying, the ruling class have been making trillions, not billions, trillions. Kulesi sikhashana nje eminyakeni emithathu sihlezi noma emibili emithathu sihlezi nalolu bhubhane. Umbiko walonyaka we-Oxfam uveza ukuthi kusukela kwaqala ubhubhane. That's a very painful story. Sukela kwaqala ubhubhane ngasikhathi thina sibanga idumbu bona babala amadola. Yabo. That's what's happening. Sukela kwaqala ubhubhane bekwenziwa ibillionaire every 26 hours. We produce a billionaire. Saka isikhondla khondla nje sesozimali. Njalo emva kwamahora amashumi amabili nesithupha ngokuba khona kwale COVID. That's what is happening. So iziqumama ezinkulu kuneziqumama ezinkulu emhlabeni. Yabo the top 10 emhlabeni jikelele. Imali ebezinayo ziphinda phinde kabili ngokuba khona kwale COVID. Kusho ukuthi mele no 10 mele no 100 billion rand namhlanje no 200 billion rands. Kwenziwa yini? Kwenziwa yini? Ngasikhathi ke zenza le mali lesi sikhathi sobhubhane sikhiqize abantu abalelwa ku 160 million abasebekhungethwe indlala ebaproduce nje. Laba baphinde kabili umnotho wabo ngalanga kuthina sa producer more. Kusho ukuthi kwa-edwa more abantu aba 160 abangathi bazolala bedleni. That's the facts of the matter. Ngeke ngikhulume ngalokho whether fanele ujove noma fanele ungajove, angilapho. I'll talk about facts. Yalolu bhubhane. Lokhu kokukhombisayo comrade ukuthi okuveza ngalokhu ukuthi ikulimpi ephakwe ebhekiswe kumphakathi. Onkani kumphakathi wonkana as part of the program yokukushina the crisis ebhekene necapitalism. Lana ke eNingizimu Afrika sesibukile ke isithombe ukuthi kwenzekani emhlabeni la eNingizimu Afrika yethu. Okubi iNingizimu Afrika ke inzima impi yethu ezinguquko yentando yeningi la ezweni. Okubi kakhulu ukuthi isimo senkolelo mbono sepolitiki nisezinhlangano kanye nesomphakathi nomnotho kule Ningizimu Afrika yanamuhla asinikeza isithombe sihle ngalokho esikubonayo. Yabona ke sithi igciwane lohlelo longqiwankulu capitalist virus aligcini nje ngokuba umakhonya kodwa futhi lisesigabeni sokuba inkolelo mbono echumayo yize libhekene nezinselelo muva nje. While capitalism is in crisis, kodwa this capitalist variant, let me call it a variant, yabo, iyona inkinga kakhulu kuthina la elokhuzeni eNingizimu Afrika. Ngokushasha nje umbuso waseNingizimu Afrika usuphenduke ithuluzi le ruling class. Le ruling class eyangokuya igcina manje ingesenabala. Njengoba abanye bethu belwa ne-white monopoly capital. There is a process of deracializing. No matter how slow it is, but it is there. Yabo. Liya ngokuya ngokucwasa ukuphela ngokucwasa kohlanga. Iqembu ke libusayo kwezepolitiki nasekuphathweni kwazo okuyinhlangano yethu sonke ANC ibonakala ke ilawula lesi sigaba sababusayo, unfortunately. Futhi izibophezele ngokugcwele ukufeza izintshisekelo zabo. That's the most unfortunate part. You see. So isimo somphakathi nesomnotho seningi labantu ikakhulukazi labo abasebenzela izimboni zongqiwankulu nalabo abangabasebenzi kuzona sesisibi kakhulu. Sibi kakhulu la eNingizimu Afrika. So eNingizimu Afrika isiyizwe elinongalingani ukwedlula wonke amazwe emhlabeni jikelele. Do you know that? Inequality eSouth Africa idlula noma liphi izwe ongalicabanga emhlabeni. Ungalingani ngokwempilo nangokomnotho. Yabo. Njengoba ke sazi ukuthi kunegebe elikhulu phakathi kwabacebile nabahluphekayo. Kusukela kwaphela ubandlululo ngo-1994 ngokusho kwebhange lomhlaba iWorld Bank. These are scientifically determined facts. You see, while beqhubeka abantu basemhlanga bephila kangcono abakwamashu bayaqhubeka to deteriorate impilo yabo. Now that is what is happening. There are more food going to the dustbin emhlanga. There are less food okuya ebhodweni kwamashu. Na into eyenzekayo. So umbiko ke weleli bhange lomhlaba uthi iNingizimu Afrika inokungalingani ngokomcebo kanye nokungefani ngokomnotho, ikakhulukazi kuzo zonke izimakethe zabasebenzi. Ukungalingani ngokomcebo kuphakeme kunokungalingani ngokwengeniso mali, ngoba kubonakala ukuthi abantu abawu 10% baphethe umcebo owu 70%. Yabo. Shuthi umcebo nje owu 70% wala eSouth Africa uphethwe abantu abawu 10%. That's the report. Bese kuthi abantu abawu 60%, abantu abawu 60% bona baphethe umcebo nje owu 7%. Yeah. That makes you think. That makes you think. Lokhu kuqhathanisa amaphesenti awu-50 kanye namaphesenti awu-30, uqhathanisa namaphesenti awu-50% kanye namaphesenti awu-13% amazwe angamalunga e-OECD, Organization for Economic and Cooperation and Development. Le nhlangano angazi noma uyayithanda uZola ukuzwa igama lale nhlangano. Iyona enye eyabangela ukuthi ungawutholi le yamazwe. That's the instruction from there. So Musa kumoshela thina mbomashela abangizwe kahle ba obandaba yabo. Kodwa bengakhulumi nani, bengikhuluma noZola. Bese ngihleba noZola. So ngaphezu kwalokho comrades, ukungalingani ngokwamaholo kwenyuke ngamaphesenti angaphezulu kwa10 phakathi ka-1995 no-2015 ngesikhathi ke iyinkomba ekuthiwa i-Gini coefficient zisuka ku-50 kanye kuyize ngo-0.58
ziya ku-0.69. Yabona ke i-Gini coefficient imeasure ukungalingani kwalowo mphakathi. Yabo. Uma iwu-0 i-Gini coefficient kusho ukuthi lowo mphakathi ulingana wonke. Uma iwu-1 kusho ukuthi lowo mphakathi khona abahlupheka totally naba-rich totally. Yabo, wonke umnotho kulaba abanye, laba abanye abanalutho, u-1 i-Gini coefficient yalapha. Bese kuthi phakathi naphakathi ke bisiyakwazi ukukala ke ukuthi ukungalingani kungakanani. Okwethusa kakhulu ke ngaphezulu kwalokho usongo lokwanda kwamaqembu emigulukudu. Lento ade show uGS manje political gangsterism. Yeah. Political gangsterism. Angibuka base riot. Ngitshela indaba zenu. Nje
So okwethusa kakhulu ke ngaphezulu kwalokho ke usongo lokwanda kwamaqembu emigulukudu yezepolitiki enhlanganweni yezepolitiki futhi okwenzeka kakhulu kuleli qembu lethu elibusayo le-African National Congress. Manje lenkinga ke eyandayo isibonakala nasemikhakheni kahulumeni nasemkhakheni ezimele. Manje sesithola sisesimeni esingajwayelekile ngokwepolitiki yomhlaba. Sikhulume ngokwenzeke RBM angithi. Kade usho yes. Angithi niyazi kwenzeka kanjani kwenzekani ikuphi lapha eMtuba Somkhele kwaSomkhele. Ayingeni kakhulu ephepheni kanti kwenzeka exactly njengoba kwenzeka eRBM angithi. Kunendawo ngala ngako Wild Coast Xolobeni kwenzeka exactly yindaba nobhala indaba lapho kuna mining interest ingakho futhi bekwenzeka even in Mozambique la kutholakala khona igas angithi tekusuka kwasekusuka nje izimpi zomphakathi kwaseqhamuka namaphela angithi. Why? You must answer that. You see, we've got a problem eXolobeni, we've got a problem RBM kwaSokhulu, we've got a problem kwaSomkhele. And there is a common denominator kuzo zonke lezi zinto. Yabo. There is a common denominator kuzo zonke lezi zinto. So if we are talking about this political gangsterism, lokho kubhekwa njengokukhohlakala kwalabo abadla izambane likaMpondo kubonakala kuncamelwa futhi kudunyiswa kube ucashiswe ngenkulumo ethi ukulethwa kwezinguquko zomnotho ngendlela enomdlandla. Angithi amasela amane athi applya i-resolution ka-ANC. Bayingcoliseke le resolution ka-ANC i-radical economic transformation. Bayingcolise, this is what we call the vulgarization ye-resolution ka-ANC. Bacashe ngayo. Yingakho ke abanye bagcina sebethengeka bebathanda kakhulu. But nabo abantu abazosidlisa. Alaba sichithela isikhathi. Angithi. That is what is happening, comrade. So leli qeqebana ke elinenkohlakala. Likhohlakala kakhulu futhi ke singalichaza kahle ngokuthi iqembu lezigebengu njengoba kadesha. Aha. Iqembu lezigebengu nje. Phethwe izigebengu. Elizishaya izishoshovu zezepolitiki ukuze libonakale lingokomthetho ekubeni bonke abasebenzi kanye nabantu abahlwemelene ngokuqinile nalo ngezinhlelo zalo. See, those ibona bayakhombisa ukuthi bangakhipha abantu bakithi ekuhluphekeni. This is how they sell themselves. Yabo, this is how they sell themselves. I can tell you ukuthi even, take for instance, eThekwini. Ubabuke labantu abachwazi. Yabo. Bachaziswa yini? Ziningi izinto ababanjwe ngazo. Kodwa ezingekho sustainable. Ezithi nje fanele ungithwale ngiwele umfula ngithi. So, okusiza ke labantu esikhuluma ngabo ngenhla baphumelele yilokho okwenzeka emhlabeni jikelele njengamanje. That's what you need ukuthi nikwazi, comrade. Umhlaba awubhekene nje nokubheduka kobhubhane lwegciwane lecorona kuphela. Ubhubhane olukhona oluyingozi kakhulu yilolo olubizwa ngobhubhane lwamanga, infodemic. Lokho esikubonayo manje eNingizimu Afrika kuhulumeni kanye nakwi-ANC okuyinhlangano ebusayo kubonisa ukuthi iyaphumelela imisebenzi yomkhankaso ohloselwe ukudukisa iNingizimu Afrika ngolwazi lwamanga. They are all victims of lies. Yabo. Nokwazi ne-information engekho. Herman Wasserman, usolwazi we-media studies eNyunivesithi yaseKapa uthi lokhu kubangelwa itulo elaqalwa inkampani yobudlelwane bomphakathi eyayibizwa ngokuthi Bell Pottinger, niyakhumbula? Elaqhamuka nokwenza ibutho lama-Twitter, ama-website agcwele inzondo kanye nama-poster omgunyathi ezinkundla zokuxhumana afuna ukusizakala ngokwehlukana ngokohlanga okukhona kanye nokungalingani nje okukhona emphakathini nakwezomnotho ukuze alwisane nezinsolo zokuqhwaga kwamandla ombuso, state capture. Yabona nje iparty mhlambe going to this 15th Congress, we start in this Congress. Ke sidile nalabantu bama social media. No ban. You see, khona into engekho ephathini. There's nothing in the Communist Party, particularly in the Marxist-Leninist Party, okuthiwa freedom of expression. Ayikho leyo nto. It's liberalism. Ayikho leyo nto. Yingakho sine principle ye-democratic centralism. Asinayo nje umuntu ozimele. Once wangena kwi-party, uyavuma ukuthi you'll subject yourself kwi-discipline ye-party. Kukhona na constitution njalo. Angani noma niyakufunda yini? Yabo. So iyona ke into. So uHerman uqhubeka athi sibona ukwanda lolwazi olungaqondile emhlabeni jikelele ukukhohlisa okukhulu komphakathi ngezinto eziyinzwabethi, inkulumo enenzondo, izinkolelo mbono eziwuzungu oluyingozi, ukungaqondi okuyingozi kanye nemikhankaso ehloselwe ukudukisa. Lolu lwazi olungaqondile lubangelwa izinguquko ezenziwa abezindaba, digital media ecology, kanye nenhlekelele yezomnotho edalwa izindaba ezishiwoyo abezindaba kanye nezepolitiki ezihlukene phakathi ezaziwa ngokungabi nalo ubumbano, ukudlundlobala kosopolitiki abasho izinto ezithize ukuze bathandwe kanye nokucwasana ngokwezizinto. Shuthi ke ukwanda kwalento kuthiwa ipopulism. Ma-populist. Yabo, ukuthi we ended up subjecting ourselves to populist politics. Lokhu kokushiwo ngenhla kuyabonakala ke. Siyakubona ke la KwaZulu-Natal. Lapha esifundeni sethu, iKwaZulu-Natal
isiqala ukuba isifundazwe lapho izinto eziningi zentuthuko ziwohloka. Ziwohloka khona noma seziwohlokile ezinye. Ukuhlinzeka kwama-services akomasipala kuyisibonelo ke esiphambili kulokhu. Lokhu kuhlanganisa ipolitiki, ukubusa, ukuphila komphakathi kanye nezinye izinto eziningi ezithinta ukuphila kwethu kwansuku zonke. Izinto ezithusayo ubheka nje la eThekwini la sekhona ziqinisekisa konke lokho esikubalayo. Qinisekisa konke lokho esikubalayo. Lapho nje amabhizinisi okunye kwasishaya kakhulu. Emva kokulutha amabhizinisi nezakhamisi sebeqala ukusimama emva kwezidubedube zomphakathi zikaJuly 2021. Isifundazwe saKwaZulu-Natal simane sahlaselwa ikhukhula ezinkulu. Lezi zimvula bezidliva kanye nezikhukhula ezihlasela izindawo ezihlukahlukene ziqondane ngesikhathi esibi kakhulu emnothweni wesifundazwe. Kokunye ke futhi ke okungenzeka kube olunye ubhubhane esifundazweni. Ukubulalana kwezepolitiki. It's becoming a pandemic of its own. La kwi-province udlame oluqondiswe kwabantu besifazane nezingane kanye nobunye ubugebengu obunodlame. Kunenye intatheli lapho kuthiwa uChris Makhaya ike yakhombisa ukufana okukhona lapho ithi, I quote, kunokwefana okukhulu okukhona phakathi kwesiqhingi saseSicily eItaly ngemva kwezimpi zomhlaba kanye nesifundazwe saKwaZulu-Natal eNingizimu Afrika namuhla. Ngodlame inkohlakalo nobugebengu okuyizinto eziwukuphila kwezepolitiki nasemphakathini. Lapho ke eqhubeka ngokubhala unenezela ngokuthi noma yini eyayenzeka eSicily, noma yini eyenzeka kwezomnotho, listen very carefully, kwakufanele iqale igunyazwe abaholi bemafia. Labaholi babelawula ama-network omnotho, futhi uma bengalitholanga ucwezi lwabo, ishaye yabo, noma ngabe uthi umsebenzi mncane kangakanani, kungakhathaliseki ukuthi ungakanani, wawungaqhubeki lo msebenzi. That's what was happening in Sicily. Ukuthi mncane umsebenzi noma mkhulu, she. Mina ngithuke kabi ukuzwa ngixoxelwa enye comrade ithi uyazala wena Themba. Yabona into esisitholayo manje emalokishini nase informal settlement. Sikhokha irent yokuthi une-tuck shop. Do you know that? Kulaba bantu laba. Uthi ene okuwesi kakhulu ngisho noma uthiwa uqashele abantu kwi-back room. Khokha. Kulaba bantu. Yabo. Nansi isimo esibhekene abantu bakithi, comrade. Nasi sime esibhekene nabantu bakithi. So ke kwakuneqembu ke le mafia elilawula kuya yonke imikhakha. Kwakune mafia esisili izimakethe. What do you mean by that? Angithi kukhona mengithi imakethe angisho ukuthi lapha eWarwick. Angithi khona imakethe zenyama. Kukhona izimakethe zombila. Yabo. Njalo njalo. So there was mafia for the meat industry. There was mafia for fish. Fish industry. That's how these mafia dons were operating. Ukubalula nje okumbala abantu ke kwakudingeka bakhokhele ukugadwa kwezamabhizinisi. Babekhokha imali ethize ukuze bangathintwa noma ukuze bakwazi ukwenza ibhizinisi. Urent kulama mafia. Yabo. Nafa uyibuza ukuthi akuyona into oyibonayo kakhulu la eThekwini. Ayona into oyibona la eThekwini la. Yabo. La eThekwini futhi akhona eThekwini kuphela. Do you know ukuthi kunama mafia even nakuma department? Ne mafia ka Department of Education yangiphikisa. Ukuthi uma ufuna itender uzodlula la. Kune mafia Department of Agriculture sehambele lokho. Futhi oyibuza la kumina. Yabo. Every department in the mafia have pockets of mafias. Hambi eThekwini. Hambi eThekwini. Yabo. Ukuthi umufuna itender endaweni kwi section ethize kunabantu ofanele uyodlula kubona. Angithi uma ufuna ukuthi kade wenza umsebenzi kufanele ukhokhele ubone lokhu ungakhokhelwa. Khona abantu ongadlulanga kubona. Yes. Ilona sizi esibhekene nalo ke esiphila nalo. So these people lama mafia ke ayengumthetho ngokwawo esisile. Nalana they are becoming law. Kubona uma laba abaholi bekhipha umyalelo uhulumeni wase-Italy wayebukelwa phansi awunaki uhulumeni uthini noma acindezele abaholi ke base SACP babe nezinkaba. Yabona ukuthi umoloku uhlupha wena. Yabo. Uphazamisa. Bazokuvakashela lezi zinkaba. Akuyona into oyibona la siphila khona. Yabo. So kunokwafana okungajwayelekile okukhona phakathi kwenkathi yangemva kwempi esisile nalokho okwenzeka lapha kwaZulu-Natal emphakathini emnotheni nakwezepolitiki. Njengenhlangano iSACP bigxile kakhulu kwimpikiswano ephathelene nokubamba iqhaza okhetheni ukuze ibuse kusukela kwi-Special Congress. Nakhumbula ukuthi indaba ye-State
power yaqala la eThekwini. Huh? Do you remember? Sasise Coastlands. I don't know, noma ngifanisa abantu, comrade, first deputy. Lo osay leader ye DA, APE, akuyena lo ehlupha kwi-Special Congress, nge-state power. Unqaba, bonga. Aha. Yes. Bewu-2 benolokhuzi no bando wenums upanga uba aha bewu-2 nqaba bhanga nalo uphethe inums Ivan Jim and the rest of Mbuyiselo. Huh? Aha yaqala la iJava State Power la landlele khona okwathi ke bese ku-engagewana ukuthi chaza ngithini le niyifunayo yabo nangunqaba ubhanga esequbuka kwi-DA wasithola-ke state power angithi wazama-ke waphuma ulokhuzi Ivan Jim ngala wayizama kodwa yena ethi uyizama-ke ngokwabasebenzi wavotela abasebenzi abangaka about 36,000 out of 300,000 wenomsa angithi if we are communists we must ask ourselves why. Yeah, that's the things that you need to analyze. Because what in uyayazi le ndaba ayanda ngoba babesijaha lapha ya ema kwakukuphi anisijaha khona sasikuphi sasisema mahacking kwakukuphi kwilokhoza Congress eYCL mahacking angithi wathi ilapha asho khona uGS ukuthi uma uyikhomanisi you must always be in a constant state of analysis, always yabo because if you don't do that kukhona okuzokulahlekela fana no fish if it stops swimming yabo it dies yabo so umbiko ke wezepolitiki wengqungquthela yethu ngizokhumbula comrade sisemagudu uthi ayanda kayifuni ngami indaba semagudu yango 2018 yabo wakhuluma ngeqhingasu necebo le-SACP ngizokhumbula comrade uphinde ubuze umbuzo ukuthi kufanele lisikwe lephi iqhingasu namacebo ethu kulesi sigaba esikuso sempi yezinguquko. Kuyafaneleka ukuthi ngicaphune isigatshana kusona ukuthi ukuba khona kogombela kwesako kuholela enhlekeleleni yasezimpini isimo esinjalo esihloselwe ukuletha izinguquko esingeke savinjela kodwa isigaba sababusayo that is what is other comrades miss abantu ababusayo abasoze bamane bayiphumela nje a stage forget Mcabanga ukuthi nje ongcwankulu bazothi awusenisihlulile bese bephuma benidedele. Ngeke ukubone lokho. Yabo. Ngeke ukubone lokho. Njengoba ke senza inkulumo mpikiswane SACP nombuso namandla okubusa. SACP state power, state and popular power. Kumele sikhumbule ukuthi isigaba sababusayo asikakaketulwa. Kodwa kunalokho siqinisiwe. What you must know ukuthi we haven't overthrown the ruling class. You might have the ANC in the office, but we have never overthrown the ruling class. Ngiyengenzeke isibonelo kwamanye ama-comrade when I'm trying to unpack ukuthi ngisho ukuthini ukuthi niyakhumbula kuxoshwa unene kufakwa uFan Royal. It happened on Friday, angithi? Angithi? Kwakhona isiphithiphithi nge-weekend. Angithi? Bahamba baya kumsholozi, angithi? Ongqiwa. Yabo? Bathi lungisa lento manje wena. Otherwise uzobona kahle. Angithi? Akayilungisanga. The whole president. Wakhonjwa kanje. Angithi? Monday. Ingakho ke uFan Royal wazobizwa ngo-weekend special. And I wonder ukuthi ama-comrade, why did not take lessons? Ukuthi we have not overthrown the ruling class, still intact. You know, comrade leadership, we once had a workshop on the political economy of corruption. One of the things is to accept the narrative ethi ngasikhathi amabhunu ongqiwa sebethe hayi amabhunu awashenxe kungene iANC ey'ntambeni zombuso. A lot of things happened. Yabo. A lot of things happened. Siyawazi amathimba ahamba from 1984 eyohlangana ne-ANC yangithi, which culminated into ama-talks ngo-1990. Ngicabanga ukuthi kwakhulunywane zonke lezi zikhathi 1984 nake nezwa futhi natshela ukuthi kwakhulunywane 1984 to 1990. Angikaze ngitshela angithi. Ninabona senibona ngoKhodesa nje no Kempton Park. Kuze kube namhlanje anikaze ngitshela. Yini eyayikhulunywa? Yabo. Kodwa ke la ngiyakhona ukuthi we accepted the narrative that before ungena uANC the old establishment yosoma business or ye capital created 4 layers of defense for itself. Ukuthi mengena lo ANC ungadlaleli la. Yabo. Eyokuqala was
constitution and constitutionality, or constitutional continuity. Yabo. But it's set, but no, that's not enough. ASB was the capture of the ANC. That's why before they spoke to the ANC, they collected all documents of the ANC and gave it top professors, analyze it, of how to approach this question. It's the capture of the ANC. The third one was Operation False Flag. Ukuthi, uma sibona ukuthi threatened, sizohamba siyo lista ko New York Stock Exchange, ko London Stock Exchange, so that singeke silawule umthetho. That's why Anglo-American went to New York Stock Exchange, noma London. Engiyazi kahle Old Mutual went to London Stock Exchange. Wabuye. Sasol was taken away from the state and listed in New York Stock Exchange. Agri. So that is what it is. The fourth one, was the privatization of state-owned enterprises. So look, hey, there's a lot shedding, as if you don't know the story. Ngoba uma cabinet ithathe a decision yokuthi we must privatize Eskom, nizolwa ngithi. Huh? Angithi nizolwa. So we must create crisis. Angithi. So that nizo understand. Mase kukhona ama decision athathwayo. Angithi. So we must be prepared. Same thing applies. Niyazazi izinto ezenzeke SAA. One of the best run airlines. What happened? It's not because the ANC failed. No. How you could learn? Kwasuka nje Lando Coleman. Wezokwenzani? Wezobulala. We expect. So it's a privatization of state-owned enterprise. You see. Now this is into. So it is these 4 layers of defense of capital against the new dispensation. Okwenzeka. Ngingazi isikhathi sakho selunch we. Hlala. Bona sebengibuka kabi la. Angiqede le party ke. So comrades, udlula socialism uma sisene parliamente elinezinqumo ezisebenzisa izinhlaka nemisebenzi yongxiwankulu. Nangu noNtombeke ngihlale ngikhombisa ukuthi ayi lento ye-Commonwealth angizwa kahle. Njalo silokhu nje so indoctrinated lapha ukuthi fa siphathe kanje umbuso. Ayangizwa kahle. Yabo. So ngenxa ke yesikhathi esikuso njenge SACP kumele siphume kule ngqungquthela ye-15 sineqhingasu namacebo okuzoba i-strategic perspective and task okumzabalazo okugcile ekukhululeni abasebenzi kongxiwankulu nenkololombono yabo nenhlangano yabo futhi uqeda udlame logombela kwesakhe abangomakhonya ezimpilweni zethu ukuze kwakhiwe ke iqhingasi necebo elikahle abasebenzi banqobe la eNingizimu Afrika kwakhiwe inqubomgomo ephumelelayo yenhlangano yomfelandawonye omunye wemibandela kufanele kube ucaciswa kwesizathu sempi ezinguquko ukuthi sikuphi kunayo. That is National Democratic Revolution. Okunye sathi embikweni wethu ezepolitiki ka-2018 umsebenzi omqoka weqembu ukunqoba iningi elenza isinqumo ukuze lihlukanise abasebenzi eNingizimu Afrika ukuthi the party's main task currently is to conquer the decisive majority of the working class in South Africa. Now understand, is to conquer the decisive majority of the working class like in South Africa. The rest will happen. Ngendlela engeke izilokhuzi ize ibe khona. Ngicabanga ukuthi, comrade, let me stop there for now. Mind you, abantu abanizela comrade kule Congress nizolalela a political report. That's your main task. Do you know that? Yes. Nizolalela a political report. Noma ngayiqeda kusasa. Because that is what needs to take you for the next 4 years. That's the political lie. Angithi niyazi ukuthi Marxism Leninism principle is ideology, the politics, organization, in AS4, discipline. Angithi AS5, criticism and self. Muyibambela a deal. You see, son, angifuni ukubahlukumeza, ngifuna bayizwe kahle. Abambe bosh. Bese beyabuya.
But asnendaba no palu yayisebenza lipa dasnendaba asnandaba no palu yayisebenza lipa amandla awethu. Long live the South African Communist Party, long live. Thank you so much, comrades. Sibonge nobhala. I was talking to comrade who first DGS comrade Soli. Did you know, comrades, the manner in which nobhala presenting a political report today? Usikhumbuza ubaba uGwala. Comrade Harry Gwali ibhubesi lasemgungundlovu. He was a great teacher. Ubaba uGwala was able to present ipolitiki ayisho ngesizulu. Bese ecela ucomrade eMaritzburg to ucomrade uThami Msele kuMiki. Ama-comrade azomkhumbula ethi awungitolikele ukuthi ngithini. Atolike ethi angishongo njalo. Comrades will remember. Well done, comrade Nobhala, sumkhobele. Bambele uGwala namhlanje. Comrades, Siyabonga kakhulu. Siya na elunchini. Bengicela ukubuza ukuthi sihambe isikhathi singakanani ubha? Sibuya comrades ngo 2:30. Siyabonga sihambeni selunchini. Kuze siyibambe kahle, iflow kahle njengoba iqhubeka. Siyabonga.